meeting of the SPA People Committee. If my name is Mary Pitt-Caithley and I'm going to chair the meeting, but if I have to drop off the call for any reason, Alistair Hay will step in and chair the meeting until I get back online. I haven't received any apologies, and I know that one of our members is trying valiantly to get online and will hopefully join us in a few minutes. Welcome this morning, colleagues from the trade unions and the staff associations and HMICS. I'm going to, every time a paper is presented, I'm going to take initial comments and questions from the members of the SPA before I then bring in the staff associations and the unions to provide members with any wider perspectives they may wish. Members will then have the opportunity to ask further questions before we move on. The first item after the welcome and apologies is declarations of interest. Does anyone have an interest to declare? Fiona?
Yes, I'm Vice Chair of the Drugs Death Task Force, so would be particularly for the naloxone paper, thanks.
Thank you very much. That's item 2.4. So the next item is the minute of our meeting on the 28th of February. Does anyone have any comments on this, or are we content to accept it as a true record of the meeting? Okay, thank you very much. Next thing is the item 1.4, the action log. Most of the items here are proposed for closure, except for the final one, which we propose to keep open meantime. Everybody comfortable with that? Yep, thank you very much. And the last item under agenda item 1 is a decision on taking items of business in private. It is proposed that items 6 to 10 be taken in private, and I would highlight now that I propose to change the order of those items if members are happy to take them in private, so that we have item 6.1, item 8, 9, and then items 7 and 10. Everybody comfortable to take these items in private and in that order? Thank you very much, everybody. So our first substantive item is 2.1, the Q4 and year-end workforce report for 2021-22. And my understanding is that that would be presented by Jude Helliker, Director of People and Development. Jude.
Thank you, Chair. This is our annual management information report for Police Scotland, and the paper I present today is the sorry, I'm just finding the paper, I beg your pardon. Yes, so this is the further report at the end of the year. As members will be aware, 21-22 was not a typical year for the workforce as a consequence of both the continuing pandemic, COVID-19, and the hosting of COP26, all of which have impacted in various ways, evident in the data. Towards the end of the financial year, we were made aware of some changes to the police pension regulations, which in addition have impacted significantly since the beginning of the year. Officer numbers are currently at the lowest point they have been as a consequence of all of these issues, but specifically we had a delayed intake of probationers. We would normally bring an intake in at the end of March of each year, and we delayed that as a consequence of taking probationers out of the college for supporting the effort in response policing during the latter months of the year from COVID. That coupled with using the college as a training facility, a staging post for COP26 has resulted in us having to delay the intake of probationers. Absence also was higher during the year, as members of course will have noted in previous meetings, And whilst COVID related absence remained the highest reason for absence during the year, there is an increasing trend in psychological and stress related illnesses, which present us with an ongoing challenge. And this is not a challenge that just policing is facing. It's a challenge that I think is fairly endemic across the workplace, and we have plans in place to tackle that. And we will provide further update on that later on the agenda, Chair. Duty modifications have been subject to a major review. We have now an action plan that has been approved by the Senior Leadership Board in Police Scotland, and those recommendations will now be implemented and monitored by my team and reported on a regular basis to the SLB. I mentioned the changes to pension regulations. That is being closely managed internally. DCO Page has established a group from the people and development side to ensure that all mitigation is put in place to support that. And there is an operational subgroup of the operational demand board that manages the deployment of resources to ensure that we are minimising the impact as far as we can on operational areas. We are pleased, however, to report that female representation has increased at all officer ranks, and we are now sitting at almost 34% of women police officers in our organisation, and that is partly as a consequence of around 50% of women probationers being recruited, and that's as a result of significant efforts by the recruitment and selection team. We are now seeing higher levels of attrition, as I've mentioned. Part of that is as a consequence of a more buoyant labour market post-COVID-19, but of course police officer leavers who have been are availing of the changes to the pension regulations and leaving the organisation. We recognise that the re-rostered rest days are up again on last year. I know that is something that that members of the People Committee have taken a particular interest in the past, as have we, and we are committed to doing as much as we can to tackle the increase in re-rostered rest day banks. This is something that significantly impacts on the well-being of our people and is an area that we shall be tackling in the course of the next year. And those are the only comments that I wanted to make at this level, Chair, but of course very happy to take any questions. My colleagues in the team will be happy to take any questions regarding the specifics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jude. That's very helpful. Before I ask members for their comments or questions, could I welcome Katrina Stewart, who's been able to join us. I think you were having difficulties getting on, Katrina, but it's good to know you've been able to do so. And also, could I say that Tom Halpin and Paul Eadie, who are authority members, have joined us for this meeting as observers. They'll be joining this committee after this meeting. And so very welcome to, it's nice to see you here today, and we hope you find the meeting interesting. So if we return to Jude's report, can I ask if the authority members have any questions or comments? Fiona.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Jude, for your very full report. So I've got a number of questions, so I'll maybe, if I can talk you through them as we go along, if that's okay, Chair, rather than me give them all at once. So the new approach is really helpful in terms of giving us improved assurance. But I'd be interested to know when you think we'll be able to, in the report, have, when I say targets, but a description of targets or outcomes with intentional work and how we'll get progress towards that. So, for instance, if I give you an example, the re-rostered rest days, Jude, clearly are a matter of concern for everyone. So I would be interested to know when you believe you'll get back to equilibrium, what action you'll take to get there, and how we'll know that we're making the progress.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Fiona, for your question. So in relation to the broader point that you first raised, we are currently developing the new draft of the People Strategy. And I do have a little bit of information to provide members with later on the agenda. But we are very grateful for the joint work that we did on the evaluation of the last People Strategy with colleagues in the SPA. And our approach going forward is going to be much more about what is our ambition, what are we focusing on, what are the enablers and what are the outcomes, how will we know that we have succeeded, and present the People Strategy in that way. And we will then set out a clear roadmap of how we're going to get there. And we will have annual delivery plans against each of the 3 years of the People Strategy. So that will allow us internally and of course the SPA to be able to monitor the progress against each of the areas in the People Strategy. Turning specifically to re-rostered rest days, as I said in my opening report, this is an area of real concern to us. And now, excuse me, we do understand that some of the increase in re-rostered rest days is as a consequence of the significant demands, particularly last year on the organisation, and the carryover of annual leave has also contributed to that. We are, DCO Page, and he'll probably come on and talk about this in a moment, he has established a short life working group with a number of work streams, one of which is dealing specifically with re-rostered rest days, and that is going to be an area of significant focus over the coming year. And will we ever get to equilibrium? I think we need to establish what we mean by equilibrium, because there will always be people with rest days in the bank, but the excessive nature of them currently is not an acceptable way forward. So we will set those targets out, Chair and members, and we will agree those with our stakeholders, including the staff associations, to ensure that we are actively tackling this particular perennial problem. Thank you.
So I recognise, Jude, that I've only been here for a year. Therefore, you're talking about it being a perennial problem. When will we get back to it? So whatever equilibrium is, and clearly, if that's a matter of terms and conditions within Police Scotland, then it's how we live with it. But if we've got a significant bank of re-rostered rest days, we've got beleaguered staff in some areas who are under pressure, would I be over ambitious to say we could have this sorted in 3 months? I mean, you troubled me when you talked about, it felt as though it was quite long term. David Hamilton, stop laughing.
So I think we need to acknowledge that that rest days are re-rostered for a whole range of reasons, some of which are within our control, and some of which are, many of which are out with our control. Many rest days are re-rostered as a consequence of court citations, as a consequence of operational exigencies, and we are an emergency service. We operate 24/7, and we have demands that we have demands that we pick up from other parts of wider society, and that all helps to create this challenge that we have in policing. And this is by no means a unique position for Police Scotland. This happens all over the UK in policing. What we want to do is manage the rest days. We want to ensure that people get their rest days. We want to ensure that we minimise the number of rest days people have on their banks, and we want to make sure that they get the opportunity to use up their re-rostered rest days within a reasonable time period. So we need to establish with our colleagues in the staff associations what that means, what is an acceptable level, and then we will endeavour to work towards delivering that. And I would be being disingenuous if I suggested that meant that there would be no re-rostered rest days in the bank, because that's not how we operate. Yeah, but we are at a level that is not an acceptable level to continue with going forward, and that's why we are actively looking at what we can do to deal with that.
And by the next People Committee, do you think you would have a sense of a plan for that, so that we could get, so I'm not saying it's okay to have the equilibrium back within 5 years, but I would rather know what our plan was that was agreed than not know. So
I will undertake to ensure that there is a plan for the next People Committee at the end of August.
Thanks very much indeed. Chair, if I can continue, my next question and thought process is about workforce numbers. And I'd be interested to know, so in terms of sickness absence, and it's excellent to know that the figures are coming down. There must be almost about 1,400 people off in sickness absence. So we've got significantly more people with sickness absence than we have with vacancies. I think the work that Police Scotland's doing, particularly in terms of recruitment from protected characteristics, is world leading, and I have to commend the organisation for all that you're doing in terms of recruiting. I'd be interested, therefore, to know what you're doing to support people's return to work from sickness absence, but also what you're doing to improve reduced attrition rates so I think if we look at men and women leaving the force, more men leave because of retirement, women leave earlier than retirement. So I'd be interested to know what you're doing to get people back to work from sickness absence, to keep people from leaving in the service, so that we can support our workforce numbers.
Chair, if I may, I'll deal with the return to work from sickness absence first of all, but if I may, we have actually done some work on attrition rates in women. And I wondered if I might ask Nikki Page, Head of HR, just to deal with that one. So sickness absence, as you know, we've had a significant piece of work ongoing over the last couple of years with COVID. We had an outbreak management team. We actively engaged with our people when they were off with COVID-related absences. We provided extensive support to those individuals. And we also ensured that people weren't penalised for some of the COVID-related absences and the enforced self-isolations that they had. We have also removed the Bradford factor as a punitive, as we felt, a punitive method of for people who were off sick for all sorts of reasons, and we recognise that there are many equality reasons in behind that, not just relating to people with different abilities, but people who have got, say, menopausal conditions or maternity-related illnesses. So we have removed that, and that has been received very positively by the workforce. We have return to work processes in place. We have tried to make that much more streamlined and much more engaging with our people. And Susan Beaton, who is our Head of People, Health and Wellbeing, will be bringing forward to the next Wellbeing Governance Board, on which the SPA, of course, represented, some very significant proposals around how we're going to manage health and wellbeing into the future. So I like to think that there's some significant work in that space, and actually, if you remove the COVID-related absences, certainly in the early stages of last year, other absences were relatively lower than previously. So a lot of work being done in that space. Chair, with your permission, may I hand over to Nikki Page?
Yes, thank you, Jude. Nikki, do you want to pick up the question, please?
Yes, absolutely, and good morning all. I hope you're all well today. In regards to the work we've done in retention of female officers in particular, I think probably there's a few things I would point out in the first instance, and I appreciate that some members will already understand this. However, the backdrop is, I suppose, that in society we have post-pandemic round about 10% less participation in the workforce of females. So we know that a kind of 50-50 split of workforce is really probably unattainable just based on society. However, when we've analysed our own figures in regards to what's maybe potentially in that or possible, we do see some emerging trends. So one of those trends is, strangely enough, not post first child, but post second child following maternity, we see a peak in leavers. So there's clearly a bigger challenge when families are getting slightly bigger to manage that work-life balance, to manage childcare, etc., etc. So we know that that is something that obviously we have to understand better and look at ways that we might support returners to work during that period. If we can get people past that initial period, we seem to retain them. However, that is obviously a risk period for us. Further to that, the other kind of more obvious trend we found, because we found the two trends, the post-maternity or second child trend, but the other one that we identified related to ill health retirals. We have a slightly higher number of, proportionately, I hasten to add, retirals related to women in regards to ill health. And when we did some analysis of the reasons for that, there's slightly higher mental health, which I know that there's work ongoing just now to try and understand better some of the mental health challenges within the organisation. But mental health and musculoskeletal. Now, while we haven't done direct work into this, PSNI certainly have, and there's obviously different implications for women around a 30-year career in the weight of body armour, for example, on in the main a smaller skeleton compared to that of males. So over a 30-year career, that is likely to have obviously a drip effect and an impact. So those are the two kind of trends we have kind of found at the moment in the data. Obviously we have to kind of dig underneath those to understand what we can do next, but hopefully that answers the question and gives a feel for kind of some of the challenges that we're having. And I'm happy to take any further questions.
Thank you, Nikki. Fiona, are you content with that? Do you have any further questions?
No. So at the moment, I'll maybe come back in later on, but I still would like to see numbers, data, trajectory, progress towards that. But I understand that there's a lot of work going on and care and attention towards the well-being of the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. I think the next person to put their hand up was Alistair Hay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And first of all, I welcome the comments that Jude made at the beginning in relation to the workforce strategy about moving to an outcomes-based approach to it, which will really help us when it comes to this workforce report and able to monitor it effectively. So I look forward to that work and really welcome it. I just want to build slightly on some of the questions that Fiona's just asked there. So it is really concerning about the number of psychological and stress related illnesses, and clearly this is something that is impacting on people's careers, on people's lives. And yes, it is a wider question for society, but specifically, could you highlight what Police Scotland are doing to understand this better and to support the workforce? And I wondered as well if in the new exit interview process that's taken place, whether you're getting some meaningful insights that would help you to understand around the psychological and stress related, or other insights that help you to understand better why people are leaving the organisation. So that would be really the first question that I was asking. The second thing that I would really like to touch on, and you might want to deal with this when we look at the strategic workforce plan later on, is there is a lot of activity, there is a lot of short-term working taking place, short-term working groups, to deal with what is a really challenging environment. But I kind of think that it will always be thus, and policing is always a challenging job. So yes, we've had to deal with a pandemic. Yes, we've got challenging financial times now and ahead of us. We've got changing needs, risks, and expectations, from the public that Police Scotland serves. So when are we going to move away from short life dealing with what appears to be a crisis, this moment's challenge, to dealing with this more holistically? So that would be my two questions at this moment, if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you, Alistair. Jude, shall I bring you back in?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alistair. So we do have a substantive report later on the agenda regarding health and wellbeing. So I'm happy to cover some of it now. But if you would rather, there is a fairly substantive update, and I know Susan is here to speak to that specifically and what our future plans are regarding that.
Yeah, I'm happy to deal with that at that stage. But it did come up in this report, and you did highlight it in your introductory remarks. So I wanted to make sure that we highlight our concerns over it and get an insight into how Police Scotland is dealing with it. But we could put that to the later part of the meeting, no problem.
Yeah, thank you, Alistair. And it is a significant issue for us. And one of the things that we've been looking at for the new people strategy is about how our people matter and how that impacts, not just their well-being, their working environment, their terms and conditions, all of the parts that focus on ensuring that our people are as well equipped, both emotionally and physically, to be able to carry out the very challenging roles that you rightly articulate. And as I say, Susan is coming forward with some significant plans for the next couple of years around health and wellbeing. We are coming to the end of our current occupational health and wellbeing contract. We will be going through a process of procuring new services, and the focus will be very much more on preventative work, as well as early interventions to ensure that we're getting upstream and not just dealing with the impact of ill health and poor mental health, but actually actively trying to tackle it at the earliest possible stage.
Alistair, did you want to come back in?
No, I'm happy with that part. And the second question.
I beg your pardon, Alistair. I don't. Would you mind repeating your second question?
Yeah, really, what it was all around is it's a challenging environment. We've had COVID, we've got financial challenges, we've had some major policing events that have taken place, and that's all putting us, a strain. We've got changes in the pension. That's putting a strain, obviously, on policing numbers and the types of activities that police are getting involved in. And we seem to have a number of short life working groups dealing with different issues. So it was just, making the point that it's always a challenging environment. It's a changing environment. There's changing needs, there's changing risks, there's changing expectations of the public. So it'll be different issues, but it'll always be a challenging environment. So I know we're going to talk about the strategic workforce plan later, but it's just, when will we begin to see that move away from short life working groups dealing with these, apparently big issues, to understanding they might be different, but there will always be big issues, and we have a more consistent approach to dealing with policing numbers, so we've got the right people in the right place at the right time with the right skills. That's the kind of thrust of my second question.
I actually think the DCO perhaps wanted to pick up on that one.
I did wonder. David, did you want to come in then?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Alistair. Good question. The short life working group that Jude referred to earlier is a group that I put together to corral all of these issues. Because, as you say, I mean, one of the things which is a bit of an issue here is, if you imagine this was a Venn diagram, they all overlap, and some of them underlap everything. So things like RRD and toil. I mean, all of these issues are issues. They were issues yesterday. They're going to be massively exacerbated by the announcement yesterday.
Yeah.
So if we don't get a very quick grip on some of this stuff, and I'm not going to put a timeline on when I'm going to come back with a plan, purely because I need to have a look at everything, but I can give an update at the next committee as to where we are on this. But You're absolutely right that we have to look at this at the whole and mainstream it. So that's the purpose of this short life working group. I met with Jude and the entire SMT team for the people committee yesterday, and we're putting this together as almost like a project to reset, using popular words at the moment, to reset the way we look at these particular issues. But we will have to look at them in the context of the forthcoming challenges, which is going to force a refreshed look at both the issues themselves, because there's a real danger if we don't do that, RRD and toil will go through the roof as we kind of press down on the resources we have. So there's a really hard look, both from P&D side, but also from operational policing. I'm sure David Hamilton will have something to say about that as well. But we are looking at corralling it, taking a fresh approach and then mainstreaming. So that's the approach I'm taking. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, David. Alistair?
Yeah, that's really helpful to understand the purpose of the short-term working groups. And you know, David's wise not to put a timeline on it at this moment until he's actually had that opportunity to carry out the work, carry out the assessment. But I look forward in a relatively timely fashion to hearing the outcomes of that and looking at it being translated into outcomes.
Thank you, Alistair. Katrina, did you want to come in now?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. First of all, thank you very much for the report and for your your verbal report today. I'm really well aware that Jude, you and Nikki and the whole team are working extremely hard in this area to address a lot of the issues that have been raised this morning. So that's very much appreciated. I think my questions are very much related to, the expansion of Fiona's and Alistair, so maybe there's an opportunity to discuss some of them later. I'd just like to flag up a couple of things. One wee question, body armour, is that all one fit, or is there body armour, tailored to size and body weight, and it is? Okay, thank you very much, sort of. Nikki, you're sort of, sort of. Okay, no, that's really interesting, because I would have thought, one thing that should be being looked at is the producers of the body armour should be looking at, different kinds of body armour. But that's an operational issue. I was just curious. I think the main question I have, or the main concern I have, is I have asked before, and I'm still not quite seeing that. I would like to see a little bit more detail around some of the data, and how it crosses or meshes with some of the EDI work and the strategy. So things like, does anxiety and stress impact more on certain populations within the workforce? Is there cross-referencing to protected characteristics, for example? I mean, obviously you've talked about gender, but there are other protected characteristics that haven't actually been mentioned here. And on the back of that, is the recruitment issue actually an opportunity to do something about diversifying the workforce? And well, of course, it is an opportunity. So I suppose the question is, what is it you're putting in place to make that happen? The rest days, the re-rostered rest days, I know I'm probably stating the obvious, but is this something that impacts more heavily on some members of the workforce? So, for example, women who've just had their second child. It's just that kind of detail might be quite useful in this space, so that you can start actually exploring some of the kind of more detailed issues for different people in the workforce. I hope all that makes sense. I think that's all I really wanted to say, but perhaps it could be deferred to later on in the meeting.
Thank you, Katrina. I'm sure some of these issues will come up later, but in the meantime, Jude, did you want to come back in?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Katrina. Yes, and I think the simple answer to your question, Katrina, is yes, of course, we want to measure the impact and any particular disproportionately impacted groups in our workforce, people with protected characteristics. We do a lot of work, particularly with our diversity staff associations, to try and establish particular groups of our organisation who are impacted. We have been doing significant work, and I know that this will probably come up later on the agenda on the EDI report. We've been doing particular work with our diversity staff associations on our action plans for each of the diversity staff associations, and how we can look at particular strategies to ensure that that we are tackling some of the barriers, both to recruitment and of course to development and retention for people with protected characteristics. We reported at the last People Committee about the work that we're doing with the National Autism Society and Scottish Autism to ensure that we are changing and modifying our recruitment processes to be far more inclusive. And that's just one example of work that we are doing in some of these spaces. So there are absolutely opportunities to expand the diversity of our workforce, and we will be taking all opportunities to do that. Just one point I would make in relation to data, and this is a challenge, I think, for many workforces, is the more you ask and the more you disclose in terms of diversity data and equality data, the greater the challenge of people choosing not to disclose their protected characteristics. So getting that finely tuned balance around measuring, but without drawing attention to some of these issues. But you'll know yourself, Katrina, that's a perennial issue, and we need to ensure that we are being inclusive without targeting.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is a perennial issue. I think right, okay, I have to declare an interest here because I founded a charity for autistic women, which I ran for 10 years, and I'm an ambassador to Scottish Government's Improving Understanding of Autism project. So I have to declare that as a deep interest, if you like, in this area. What I would say, though, is that and I said this at a previous meeting this week, with a great deal of respect for the national autism charities for whom I work and with whom I work, they have a huge amount of expertise and they have a lot to offer. So I'm not saying don't go to them, but I would ask you, please, if you to approach the you won't get better than lived experience. So I would really urge you to approach the autistic run charities that do exist in Scotland for that input. But the question, I suppose, the supplementary question then is, why is it so difficult for people to disclose? And what can be done to make people feel that they're not being targeted and they're not being intruded upon, but actually that the intention is to be supportive and inclusive? Because when people are frightened to disclose, and there are reasons why people are quite reasonably wary of disclosing, but then that's down to the culture and the security that they won't be targeted. So there's a question there as well, isn't there, about how to address that issue? But I understand that this is going to be discussed later on this morning, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Katrina. If there are no further questions from authority members, can I ask if the staff associations or trade unions have any comments they wish to make? Susie.
Thanks, Chair. Apologies, this will probably sound a little bit scattergun because I'm responding to everyone's questions and comments. So, and DCO Page has actually touched on some of the things I want to touch upon, which is, there's a laudably ambitious aspirations that we see in Police Scotland, and we've seen that in the various plans going forward. And we need to embrace change because we need to constantly, reinvent ourselves to be fit for the future. Absolutely got to do that. However, with a real terms cut to revenue of around 8% in the coming year, we definitely need to review and recalibrate. And we need to do that through our strategic workforce plan. So in response to Mr. Hay, there is an alligator very near the boat that we will have to deal with. We need, in my opinion, to focus on frontline service delivery, because as we get squeezed, so will our partners get squeezed. And that unmet demand will spill over into Police Scotland. We know it will. It did during the pandemic. It will again. Without action, that means, as Mr. Page outlined, rest day banks that are already high are likely to grow even more because of the need to meet that increased demand from our partners. So one focus we need to have, and Jude touched upon this as well, is to maximise the resource that we have. So we need to look at those people who are on modified duties. Are they being effectively employed? Can we make better use of that? We've got around 1,840 officers on modified duties. Are they all being effectively reviewed at the times that they should be? You know, are we, as I say, effectively employing them as we should be? And looking forward, I'm really interested to see how the revised people strategy is implemented. But we need to do some of the basics right. So, as I say, we need to be making sure that we're reviewing people's modifications, making sure that they're able to contribute effectively as we'd want to do. And rest days, I think it is useful to have targets to set out that, but we can't be doing that at the expense of service delivery. So it's a bit of a conundrum. So I'm really pleased for things like the on-call review, because that's a way in which my members rack up a number of rest days that they then find that they can't take. So is there another way that we can cover that on-call, out of hours, 24/7 need for command cover without incurring all those rest days and the knock-on effect to people's well-being? I think there's a risk of Police Scotland becoming very comfortable with the levels of disruption. And we know that that has an impact on well-being. And the reason I'm particularly focusing on that is we did make it a focus of our pay claim in the Fair Work Framework, talks about the ability to disconnect, to not be disrupted out of hours. Now, we've had no response to those elements of our pay claim. Not a bit of it has been attempted to be answered. Just apologies again, as I said, this would be a bit scattergun because I'm going to jump to another part of the conversation, which was around the percentage of women who post second child are looking at leavers. Again, we can't think this might be entirely unrelated to pay. This may be exacerbated as you have your second child, your childcare costs go up. Is it possible that we find that people just simply don't think it's worth their while to be working? Now, that's nothing to do with the working environment potentially, but it could have something to do with pay. So I think that needs to be looked at as well. And then I just wanted to touch on a little bit on the body armour issue, because I was on a group that looked at body armour some time ago. Yeah, bodies come in all shapes and sizes. However, a body armour's got to be fit for its purpose, and its purpose is it's got to be able to stop a knife. That's the point of it. So to a certain degree, it will always be a bit uncomfortable. However, Police Scotland used to, and I don't know if they still do, and I'm not looking for an answer here because this is very niche, but they used to allow for bespoke body armour for those perhaps with a more unusual body shape. I'm not going to go into details here, but you can imagine for some female officers what that might be. So hopefully they're still able to do that, but I'm not looking for an answer for that now, but that might help you in the body armour issue. They do look for comfort, but first of all, it's got to do its job of keeping you alive. Thanks, that's my comments.
Thank you very much. Very, very helpful. Thank you. I'm going to ask David to come in with any comments he has, and then we can ask board members to come back in later if they have questions. Thank you. David.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a huge amount of agreement on the screen, and particularly I associate myself to what Susie's just said. They're a huge part of what she was saying I was going to touch on. But looking at the figures here, this is just telling us the same story, which is not a surprise. The increase in rest days and the huge toil balances we still have, that is just down to the fact there are not enough police officers to do the work that's coming in. It's a demand and supply issue. And so, you know, I was laughing when Fiona was saying, can we do this in 3 months? That we just can't, because as of yesterday, we've just seen what the next 3 months, in fact, the next 5 years are going to be like, and it's absolutely horrific. So we've got a bad position just now. These figures are all going to get much, much worse as we go on. One of the standouts, I think, for me was the mental health figures. We've seen a 40% increase in mental health in the last year in terms of issues there. 5,000% increase in insomnia, coming from the pack. I mean, these are all red flags saying we have a problem just now, and where we are going, I genuinely am feeling pessimistic and quite down about what we saw in the budget announcements yesterday. Alistair Hay was asking about the mental health side of things. We have the survey data, and that survey data tells us that it's insufficient resources, increasing demand, and of course, cost of living is coming in now. I'm hearing now about people phoning up to cancel their £1.50 a month contributions to police charities because they can't afford it. That's where we've got to with policing just now, and with the position with them pay rises or very, if you can call them that, with the prospect for where we go just now, some serious problems ahead. So I suppose my plea for the authority is to really stand up to the government and say, we can't do this. You need to tell us what we're not doing here. The reality is policing has to be held back, because as police officers, we want to do everything to help everything. It's part of our strength, but it's part of our weakness as well. And we keep stepping into ground that, frankly, we can't afford to be, and people take a loan of that and to take advantage of it. And as Susie says, during the pandemic, we ended up picking up so much stuff that other partners had just basically said they're not doing anymore. We're kind of programmed not to abandon things, but there needs to be something that puts a parameter on that and stops us from going further, because we are stretching as an organisation and trying to do the right thing, but we don't have any limits on that. And without that, we're just going to see that pain hitting the workforce, and we're going to see these figures getting worse and worse and worse, whether that's people on the mental health side of things, whether that's the rest days, or whether that's people leaving. And again, we're now seeing this massive exit from the force using pensions as a vehicle, but that's not the cause. That's just the vehicle to get out. The actual real problem that underlies that is people have had enough. So there's a lot of red flags here. I'm looking ahead, I'm afraid, for the next time. It's a grim picture. We really need the authority to be standing up and saying, this can't work. We need to do something different here, fundamentally.
Thank you very much, David. I think recognise a lot of the points that have been made by both of you, and thank you for these contributions. Can I ask if any board members have any comments they wish to make or questions to ask? Fiona.
I don't think it's any further questions to ask, Mary. I think the comments, and the discussion that we've had has been really helpful. I think we've talked about having people at the centre of decision making. Susie talked about a recalibration. David's talked about workload, and as in David Hamilton, and David Page also has talked about the Venn diagram. And I think there are a lot of areas. So we've got a big demand management unit. So I think the workload of each officer, I think we need to find a way of being able to clearly articulate that and put it together. And I think that's why I'm so keen to see a number, a trajectory. Can we work towards it? What does it look like? And then if we can't, it's back to the drawing board to see that. So, I hear what people say. I understand what's being said and the big ask of what's needed to be done. And then when we can see the assurance that everything has been done, and we're still faced with increasing re-rostered rest days, toil. But actually, I think I would be urging the executives and the leadership teams of Police Scotland to make the decisions around their people, making sure that they are protected and they have an environment that they can flourish, and we can have that dialogue and debate.
Thank you, Fiona. Yes, I think we'll return to a number of these issues as we go through the agenda today, and we return to them at every meeting because they're clearly critically important as we look to ensure our people are as well looked after as we can. But with what lies ahead, and both Davids and Susie have mentioned what lies ahead in terms of financial pressures, but it's all the more important that we're using the data we've got, and we've got a lot of data these days, using that to inform action, turning insight into action, collecting the evidence that we need to have to be able to show that we're doing everything that we can and everything that needs to be done. I think it's very important that all of this feeds into the strategic workforce plan, and we'll be returning to that on the agenda later as well. But I was very pleased to hear Jude talking about trying to define what good will look like in each of these areas, and then preparing roadmaps for how we're going to get there with annual delivery plans. All of that will help this committee do the job it's been asked to do, and should help our people. But you know, it is going to be a difficult few years ahead, and you know, the kinds of discussion we've had today will be helpful in addressing the issues that throws up. So thank you very much for that. With that, I think we're moving on now to item 2.2, which is the 2018 to 21 People Strategy Implementation Evaluation Report. That's a bit of a mouthful. I think I'm coming again to you, Jude, am I?
Thank you, Chair. And I think that it's both myself and John McLean from the SPA who are going to do a double act on this one, because of course the evaluation of the people strategy was a joint evaluation between ourselves and the SPA. And it was decided that we would work in collaboration on the evaluation to ensure that there was a very balanced assessment of what we believed were the key successes, but also areas for improvement to allow us then to feed into the development, delivery, oversight and measurement of impact, going back to Fiona's recent point for the upcoming refreshed people strategy. We have had positive engagement with the strategy and planning team and our staff associations, unions and HMICS. The evaluation was endorsed at the Corporate Finance and People Board and progressed to Strategic Leadership Board, and some of the improvements have been noted and are outlined in section 6.5 of the report. I think overall the evaluation shows significant progress made in very challenging circumstances, and whilst providing constructive comment on areas to focus on to support continuous improvement. I have a very quick slide deck I would like to share with members, with your permission, Chair, but I wonder if John McLean wants to say anything first, or whether he wants to come in after that.
John, do you wish to come in now?
I'll leave that to Jude to decide whether it would help to be in before or after.
I was going to talk about the future, John, so if you wanted to pick up on your bit, and then I'll just run a couple of slides, if that's okay, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. From an SPA perspective, I think it's important to note that this was endorsed by the SLB, and it is something that highlights and can be used both for supporting the development and delivery of a future strategy, but also it will support and set out a clear joint foundation for how the committee receives reports, and sort of transparency as to how the authority will have oversight over workforce. We wanted to thank staff associations and unions and HMICS for engaging in this work, and hopefully they do recognise the areas for future focus that are in place. I just wanted to say a couple of things because I think it directly links to the conversations we've just had for the last half an hour or so. And as Jude had said, there was a challenging context for the 2018 strategy, and as people have said today, there will be a challenging context for this strategy. The paper, just in terms of a level of independence, it might be a bit of repetition, but the paper does highlight significant areas of success and positive activity, and also recognises the need to work on the assessment of impact and outcomes. So that is a jointly recognised endeavour that has been outlined within the document. There's a number of things that we should welcome in terms of the increased focus on leadership and talent, well-being, retention, simplification of policy procedures, and the maturing approach to data and MI, although as everybody, not just members, are recognising there's work to do in relation to that area. But I do think the most pleasing thing to come from the evaluation is the policing's commitment to continuous improvement through the areas of future focus. There are a few areas that I think when you read the report, you'll see referenced within the conversations you've had. And I was planning to go through a few bullets, but I don't think it's really necessary. But one to highlight is the one of the, I think in relation to staff association comments is the need to ensure that there's resourcing and investment to deliver on the intent of a people strategy. And so that will be something that needs to be considered as part of the development in terms of what we can and can't achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Jude, did you want to share the slides now?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just do that. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So in developing the new people strategy, and I know that Tom McMahon will come on to talk a little bit about strategy development, but I just wanted to set out some of our direction of travel going forward. So our overall ambition remains as it was in the last people strategy, and that's to be the best police service to work for. We want to be an employer of choice as a police service, and we want to be world leading as a police service to work for. We know that in order to achieve our ambition, we will have to focus on our people. We will focus on our people through a number of key enablers. That these are not by any means an exhaustive list, but you will see that front and centre is well-being, and I will mention that a little bit later. Well-being, the environment that people operate in, whether that is whether that's equipment, whether that's vehicles, whether that is their office accommodation, or whether that's whether they're working remotely through the hybrid approach. We need to make sure that the skills and the leadership enablers are there very clearly for our people. We want to go back to an earlier point. We want to ensure that there is real inclusiveness and belonging for our people, and we need to ensure that we provide appropriate levels of support for our people. So how do we measure our success? Well, I talked earlier about a roadmap. We need to set out the roadmap very clearly, and how we then set ourselves annual priorities and sequencing of the roadmap so that there's a very clear definition around where it is we want to go to and how we're going to know when we get there. The development of data and insights, a continuation of the measurement, and then an adjustment. So when we know that we get obstacles in our way, that we can tackle them effectively and shift our position and respond effectively. We know that by listening to our people through Your Voice Matters and through other means by which we talk and listen to our workforce, that we can shift our position and respond effectively also. And then this supports ongoing evaluation, and John talked about the evaluation of the last people strategy, and I think it's really important for us to continue to have joint and independent evaluation of the people strategy, not just at the end of the 3-year period, but as an ongoing process. This is just an example of how I think we would want to look at certainly the annual delivery plans, and our 3 pillars from the last people strategy. We don't envisage really changing that much: inspiring leadership, positive environment, and organisational health. But what we want to see there is an increase or an improvement in some key focus areas. We also want to see what we don't want to see. So, for example, we don't want to see an increase in re-rostered rest days because that is clearly a measure of well-being, and then some suggested key performance indicators there. And as I say, this is just an example of what we think the plan would look like. So just finally, we've identified a number of key areas that we really want to focus on, and at the heart of those is our people, and that it's that you matter. So that the strap line that we've used for your safety matters, your well-being matters, your voice matters, and your leadership matters, that all centres around you matter. As a member of Police Scotland, you matter, and we want to focus specifically on that, and some areas around how we build our psychological and emotional resilience as a workforce, how we optimise efficiencies, to speak to the point that the staff associations and DCO Page were talking about, how we ensure that we're both increasing capacity within our workforce, but we're maximising the capability of the workforce. And that we have approaches to inclusion and diversity that actually have an impact and a positive impact on our people. I'll just close it there, Chair, but I thought it was an opportunity just to give a sense of the direction of travel moving forward into the next 3 years of the People Strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jude and John. Can I ask if any board members have any questions? Alistair.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think what the evaluation does is it demonstrates a lot of activity and a lot of success from that activity, and you're absolutely focusing. You have been focusing in the right areas, but it's the last paper highlighted. You know, many of the challenges still remain, but equally there are new challenges emerging. So that look forward, I actually found particularly helpful. And my final comment, really, just to make, is that you said that the trade unions and the representative bodies, the associations highlight this. To deliver against a people strategy, it requires resourcing investment. It absolutely does. So I laud the ambition within it, but given the announcement yesterday and the challenge, to deliver that ambition, and there's no doubting the need for it. Given the last discussion, it has to be a priority for Police Scotland going forward, particularly given that is it 90% of the budget goes on staff. It's a really ambitious piece of work, but that I think is going to be the nub of the challenge.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. Ben, can I ask the Staff Association, Susie Mertes, you've put your hand up there?
Yeah, firstly I wanted to thank John McLean and Jude for the opportunity to feed into this evaluation, which was very thorough, and there was a number of bits of correspondence backwards and forwards to allow us to feed into that. So firstly, it was appreciation for that. It's probably how I would like all the evaluations to go and to be so included. So it's thanks for that. And then also thank you for members for noting there the need to make sure this is properly resourced and invested in. I think often the ambition is very laudable, absolutely bang on the money. It's sometimes in the delivery of it that Police Scotland stumbles because they don't put that sufficient resource in to deliver it. And that's understandable when there's so many demands on a restricted budget. But sometimes you have to speculate to accumulate, and this would be an area of the people strategy, given as Alistair Hay noted there, I think it's about 87%, 90%, probably even going up, that are spent on our people. Then that's the area where we can, if we make the investment, we'll get the most return. So thanks for the opportunity to, as I say, to feed into that. It was appreciated.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think it's been a really good piece of work and gives us a real shared platform for taking things forward. So that's very helpful. Thank you, Susie. David, did you want to come in? No.
Thanks, Chair. Just again echo the thanks to John and to the team for the engagement with that. And as Susie says, it is about resourcing. My heart sinks when I see more about e-learning. We know that 1 in 4 of our staff are stressed by the perception that Police Scotland currently doesn't take training seriously. So we need to show that we do care about it. We do need to show that we value it, and that really needs that kind of one-to-one thing, which is expensive and it's consuming, but it's important.
Thank you, David. Tom, I see you've got your hand up.
Thank you very much as an observer at this meeting, and just my praise for the work that's obviously gone into that, and really reassuring to hear the staff associations describe their involvement is absolutely critical in this area. I had the benefit last week, along with Susie and David were there as well, for part of the time joining the CIPER conference, and there was a very interesting workshop in that, where it was very about explicit development of people in terms of selection and also skills and innovation and creativity. And given the challenges that are obviously ahead in the future, and we're starting to talk about the next people strategy now, I'm conscious it might be explicit within the strategy and we're getting the headline here, but certainly Bedfordshire Police were put up front as being leading in some of this work, and there was obviously clearly academic work, but just it's an early opportunity to highlight that might be something to look at in terms of the next strategy, as being in terms of being explicit about it and skills for our people.
Thank you, Tom. Katrina, you've got your hand up too.
Very briefly, yes, I just wanted to say actually thank you very much for what I thought was an extremely well put together report, very clearly articulated, and a really good piece of work. And it's really clear the activity that's going on in this area. We did have, I just wanted to mention that we did have quite a lengthy discussion about mental health at the board meeting, the last board meeting, and we talked at some length, and Martin raised the issue that this is where our role on the board, we move into the realms of advocacy, because obviously this is the resources is such a huge thing. So I think I wanted to say that as a board, we take that role very seriously indeed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. I don't see any other hands up, so that's been a helpful discussion, and I agree with everyone about the value of this paper. I think obviously it's important to do this kind of evaluation and to do it jointly, but to feed into the development of the next strategy and the EDI strategy as well, because they will be connected. So maybe just finish by asking Jude, could you tell us when we would expect to see the next people strategy and the EDI strategy?
I actually that's I think maybe on the agenda for later, but if not, I think Director Tom McMahon is here. He is leading on the development of the and the publication of the two strategies. I don't see Tom emerging, so I think to all intents and purposes, Chair, we were very keen to get the EDI strategy presented first, as it is the overarching strategy, yes. And then coming from that will be the people strategy, and I believe that that's later on in this year. But I can't firm up the details on that. I think Tom will be able to provide a further update in due course.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe even give us that off table. Thank you. That'd be helpful. If there's nothing else then on item 2.2, item 2.3 is strategic workforce planning, and a report on this was issued just after the agenda went out. So would that be?
I'll do that.
David, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Peter's on as well. Again, just to give the committee a little bit of context on this one. What I'm going to do, as I mentioned earlier, is put together a short life working group, pulling in all the working strands around P&D and all the kind of various components that are going on in isolation at the moment. That will include the kind of national work streams that have been going on. So I'm going to pull them into this group holistically and look at everything. This paper's written as an update on some of the work streams and the progress there. As the committee will have read, and I won't kind of rehearse everything that's in there, but there's a number of things which I'm intending on changing. So things like remote rural recruitment and retention, it's got no end date set for the completion of this week stream. I think we need to look at getting end dates and getting some of the end dates brought forward. A number of them have March 2023 as dates for completion. I don't think we can wait that long. So there's a number of these things now which I'm going to take a fresh look at, both in the context of bringing everything together so that we don't kind of fix one problem and then have a different problem to one side that actually exacerbates one another. So I want to look at them holistically, but also, as I've already said, the announcement yesterday is going to tighten the focus on this immensely. So suffice to say, it is as it is at the moment. I'm going to do a review of all of these, look at tightening the timelines for delivery. Some of the things that Susie mentioned, things like on-call reviews, RRD and toil, remote and rural. There's a number of modified duties, bringing officers back again. All these things need to be accelerated. So I'll take any questions on that, or Peter can kind of pick up any detail. But other than that, as I said, we're going to refresh this into the broader group. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, David. Yes, Peter, you've just popped up on my screen, so welcome to the meeting. Did you want to add anything at this stage?
No, I think the DCO has sufficiently covered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And presumably we'll be getting the HMICS report on strategic workforce planning fairly soon, so that will also be a useful piece of evidence for us. So does any authority member have any question or comment on the strategic workforce planning? Alistair.
Yeah, I did have questions, but I think most of the questions have already been answered by the comments and by earlier discussions. So it's really just, given everything we've discussed today, I really do welcome the purpose of the short life working group. I think there's been a tremendous amount of work undertaken. The activity is excellent, but it does now need that strategic focus. So you've set it out well, David, about what this group's going to do, and I really look forward to seeing the drawing together of all this strategically, given the challenging and the future challenging working environment. I don't think you can overstate the criticality of a strategic workforce plan, an effective one in an organisation.
Thank you, Alistair. Just before I bring in the staff associations, Deborah, you had your hand up.
If you bring the staff association in first, it's about the next item. So let's finish this one, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So David or Susie, any comments? No. Thank you very much then. I think it's very, oh sorry, Susie, yes.
Yeah, just apologies for the late hand raising. Just to say, happy to be very much involved in that and support Police Scotland through that. It'll be our members that will deliver this. So, please do feel free to call on us and involve us in that work. Would want to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful indeed. And David, we wish you well with this piece of work because it is critically important. So thank you for that. We're moving on to the next item. But before that, Deborah, did you want to speak about that?
Chair, it was just to let you know the ACC bond actually has another meeting that she's chairing. So it was, but I think she's next on the agenda anyway. So actually it's fine if we just carry on. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. So the next item is item 2.4, the naloxone update. And that is, trying to find out. That was yourself, ACC bond.
It's myself, it is, Chair, yes, absolutely. So, yes, you too. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity, obviously, to brief you this morning. Hopefully, everybody has had a chance to read the paper that has been provided in advance, obviously, of today's meeting. With your agreement, Chair, I'll just run through some of the key points within the report, if you're happy enough, and then more than happy to take any questions. So as committee are probably aware, obviously, there was a test of change around police officer carriage of naloxone carried out last year, with then an endorsement by the Chief Constable earlier this year that all officers up to the rank of inspector would be issued with naloxone on the back of what was regarded as a successful test of change pilot. Naloxone, a bit like Other first aid tactics, I suppose, is entirely at the discretion of police officers carrying it to use. Any decision to use it is obviously of their own accord and very dependent on the circumstances in which they find themselves. And I know that previously, particularly concerns have been raised in and around any potential liability that any officers may well have indeed upon the use of naloxone upon any individual who subsequently passes away. I suppose just as the paper outlines, actually the carriage and use of naloxone is viewed very much through the same lens, legal lens, in terms of police officer use of CPR, in terms of actually being used in the best interest of the individual, in line with training issue and everything else. So no expectation or concerns in terms of any potential issues if used in line with guidance and training. There is, as the paper highlights, in terms of preparing our own officers, obviously around the requirements for the carriage of naloxone, risk assessments in terms of health and safety issues, and obviously all officers are required to undertake a training package. They will also be subject to an annual training refresher going forward, just to ensure that should there be any changes or any issues over the period of time, that actually everybody is familiar and retains a degree of confidence. And I suppose just to say thanks to colleagues in SPF around some of the work that they have done in terms of feeding in to help inform those risk assessments as part of the steering group and other work that has been done. Any guidance that we have in terms of a continued source of information to our officers has been made available via our intranet, and my own department, in terms of partnerships, prevention and community wellbeing, will review all of the individual uses of naloxone just in terms of any particular learning, and satisfy ourselves that everything's being done in accordance with policy. And ASPS and SPF, as I said, have been part of the work to get us to this point. So in terms of, which we're very grateful for, obviously, just in terms of where we are, we've completed phase 1 of the rollout. So that's a total of 810 officers have been trained and equipped with naloxone. We're well down the line in terms of phase 2, with our champions training taking priority. So these are individuals just to provide some localised mentoring and coaching support within divisions, should anybody have any particular concerns. As you will note from the paper, there have been a total of 71 administrations of naloxone at 70 separate incidents. One of those incidents involved 2 people. Pleased to say that 69 lives have been saved as a result of the interventions of police officers at the scene, and 2 individuals who passed away. You'll note from the papers, actually, the belief is that those individuals were actually already deceased, but in an effort to try and render some assistance, police issued or administered naloxone, but unfortunately to no avail. So I suppose from a reassuring point of view, hopefully for committee and staff association representatives, there have been no complaints as yet in relation to use of naloxone. It's not a use that requires automatic referral for PERC, and there hasn't been a requirement to refer any matters to PERC thus far. And to be honest, probably most positively as well, is that the relationship with our colleagues in Scottish Ambulance Service appear to be working very well, and we haven't seen, which obviously was a concern, I suppose, in terms of a possibility, that we haven't seen that police officers have been sent to any incident in replacement of an ambulance. Any of the calls have either been happened upon or required police attendance, and they have then dealt with whatever they have come across then that has resulted in administration. So I think after some potential initial concern that actually the Chief Constable's position, the substantive rollout up to a total of 13,000 officers, appears to have been of reassurance to the wider workforce in terms of the positive endorsement and support from the wider organisation. So that's currently the position, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Any authority member got any questions on this report? Katrina.
Yes, thank you very much. I thought this was really interesting, and I don't know what the members of the you know, the Police Federation thinks about this, how this has been the process that has been gone through. But I personally found this report very, very assuring. And I was also at the SIPR conference last week. And one of the things that was really sort of clearly stated was that it's really important that we celebrate best practice and we celebrate successes. And I would say that this area of work is a success. And my own feeling is that the way that this has been gone about is actually exemplary. So I just wanted to record that because I think it's really important to celebrate the good things.
Thank you, Katrina. Fiona?
Thanks, Chair. And just reiterating my Vice Chair of the Drugs Death Task Force, so I do have an interest in this area. Comment then a question, like Katrina, absolutely want to commend Police Scotland and in particular the police officers in stepping forwards and making a difference to people's lives. I think it does two things. One, it gives people the opportunity to have that life-saving intervention, but I also think it embodies the empathy and compassion that police officers show to their fellow citizens. And I think, you know, this, along with the mental health work, I think are really exemplary ways of working that our police officers, our Police Scotland police officers are taking forwards, and you know should be commended for that. Emma, thank you for the report. You know, can I just check that this is for all police, as you said, to inspect from constable to inspector, to be used as they judge fit. So the discretion about whether or not to administer naloxone, can I just check that it is there for the police officer, the way any other intervention would be to apply first aid? And the risk then, you know, what are your people telling you about them wanting to carry this and their anxiety about having risk associated with it?
Yeah, so and I'm sure David from the SPF probably has a view around this as well. So certainly from our perspective, it absolutely, it's like any other aspect of first aid. We hope that individuals understand the purpose of naloxone. The training programme, obviously, that was put together has been done with a view to trying to ensure that officers are very clear upon the circumstances and situations upon which it can add value. You'll obviously see if we've got 810 officers trained thus far with those 31 uses, it's not being used potentially to excess, albeit having said that, I suppose it's dependent on the number of incidents that they're coming into contact with. But absolutely, it's up to an officer to feel that there is a need and a requirement. I think that, as you've said, that particularly as those two incidents where there is a belief that potentially the individuals were already dead, that officers have a desire to save life where they can, and ultimately that fulfills their training. But absolutely, if somebody doesn't feel that there is a necessity or a need within that, that's entirely a matter for themselves. And as with any incident or any issue, it obviously would be up for us. Our actions are always subject to being fully accountable and under scrutiny, and if there's perceived to be any feeling on the part of policing, well, then those matters would be potentially referred to professional standards and for review, and that's not unusual in the general course of business in terms of how we conduct our duty around how we deal with calls, receive a call or take a call, how we deploy to a call, regardless as to whether it would be one that might involve the use of naloxone or not. So the important bit for us very much is from that perspective of officers having the confidence, like any other piece of equipment that they're issued with, to use it. That's why we've got the champions within each of the divisional areas to provide that degree of support should it be required. It's why PPCW, in terms of Chief Inspector Anton Stevenson, continues to take a very hands-on approach in terms of this and making sure that he's readily available and supportive, attending training sessions, ensuring that the information contained within the intranet is as up to date as it possibly can be, so that we are trying to provide whatever reassurance is needed to all of the officers and members of both SPF and SPA and our ASPs in terms of actually people feeling able to fulfil and deploy their duties as a police officer.
Thank you, Emma. If there are no other questions from authority members, then I would invite the staff associations and trade unions to bring their perspectives to this issue. David.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies with that. I'm afraid, and this is no reflection of ACC Bond, who I know has just come into this portfolio and hasn't had the full journey like many of us had over the last 4 or 5 years. But this report in itself is actually quite inaccurate. It's exaggerated and perhaps worst of all, it's misrepresentative of our position on this. I think it's important just to get a few things clear from the outset, that Article 2 of the Human Rights Act puts a requirement on the state to investigate deaths where it's been at the hands of agents of the state, and that's where police officers are. So if police officers are involved in something they do or don't do, and somebody dies as a consequence, there is an obligation to have a fatal accident inquiry if that person's in custody, and other investigations, independent investigations, will lead thereafter. That is something that is not that is unique to police officers. It's not something that affects other members of society, and that's the kernel of our concerns as police officers, as those that are representing these officers, to say that we would encourage everybody in society to carry naloxone, but not if you're a police officer, because that causes you particular problems unless we take mitigating actions in terms of the legal position. Now, again, in the paper, it talks about naloxone being entirely safe. Well, of course it's entirely safe. We've always said it's entirely safe. What's not entirely safe is taking people from an overdose state to a non-overdose state. And that's why the NHS have issued 2 public health warnings. It's why the Force Medical Advisor said you shouldn't be doing this because you don't have the medical training behind this, and expressed concerns and referenced a whole lot of journal articles. Those concerns have not yet been addressed. What everyone reverts to saying is, oh, it's just first aid. Well, it's not just first aid, because you don't put health alerts out for putting a bandage on somebody or even CPR. So it is a different perspective. I think the other thing which is frustrating for us is, and I'm afraid ACC Bond used that phrase, 69 lives were saved. Well, that's absolutely not the case. And what we do know is that nobody elsewhere in the country out with the tested pilot died because a police officer didn't have access to naloxone. And in fact, nobody in Scotland has ever died because a police officer didn't have access to that. In fact, not in the UK. So there's a danger here that people start looking at this and thinking this is saving lives. It may, but we can't definitively say so. So we're trying to fix a problem here that there's not actually evidence of. Now, in normal circumstances, that's fine. You can live with that. But there is a risk that comes with that. And that's what comes to policing with the current framework which we have. So this has always for us been about how do we protect officers in terms of that moving forward piece. Now, since the report came out, and let's just be clear, the report was just an articulation of points of views. It didn't bring any independent control measures or anything to check it out. But at the end of the day, the Chief Constable's made his decision and we respect his right to do so. But it was news to us that a carriage of naloxone was going to be compulsory until we saw this paper today. It was news to us that training, astonishingly, is going to be delivered by e-learning packages. That was news until we saw this paper today. So what we're seeing here is a continued lack of engagement despite the recommendations of the report. Now, perhaps worst of all is the position of the Lord Advocate. And the Lord Advocate, when she was asked by the Criminal Justice Committee at the Scottish Parliament to give an assurance, said that she would not give an assurance. It's not for her to give an assurance that police officers would not be taken to a fatal accident inquiry, just as they are experiencing through in Edinburgh at this very moment. Now, that's our concern here, is that she's actually rolled back on a position that was articulated in the test of change pilot. So what we want to see is some understanding of why, if it's not a big issue, that reassurance cannot be given. Now, the Scottish Parliament's Justice Committee doesn't understand that either, and it's now going asking for clarity. So essentially, this is an easy fix. What we need to have is some kind of a statutory reassurance that police officers are not going to be held liable for what they do or don't do. And, you know, people trying to water it down, just saying it's just a first aid treatment. It's not, it's more than that, because it's a proactive measure which should be taking place. And just finally, on the terms of reaction of police officers, my mailbox just filled up with a lot of anger and frustration, and people upset that the Chief Constable had taken the decision he had made. And, you know, they were really quite shocked that once again he sees us moving into what is a medical territory. Now, I understand, of course, that the response by the ambulance service has been very good, and in fact, in almost all the cases, the ambulance has arrived sometimes about a minute after the police officer's been there, which actually begs the question, is there any value in what they've been doing anyway? But we've also seen officers racing ambulances to try and get there first, which again was not what was meant to be intended in the test of pilot, but which of course again has not been picked up. So I'm disappointed about the continued lack of engagement from the force. I'm disappointed by the Lord Advocate's position rolling back. And actually, from a legal position, we find ourselves in a worse position than we were in a test of change. We've got a lot of officers upset by the process, and I really don't think that kind of these things I'm expressing here are in any way reflected in the report that's come before the committee today. And as I say, it's the first time we've seen it. We've not had none of these issues been discussed with us. There has been one meeting of the Loxone group where it was never discussed either. So I genuinely don't understand where this enthusiasm for saying that the SPF's been involved, because we haven't. Simple as that. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Susie, did you want to come in? No.
Yeah, thanks to David for his comments. This is an area where the SPF have been much more involved, if you like. That it's probably unlikely my members are going to be involved, since we're not carrying the Loxone, so I wouldn't want to overstep where we are. I would agree. I think the report over eggs, I think that's probably mildly what we know is in terms of 69 times potentially an overdose was reversed. That's all we know. We don't know if anyone's lives were saved. That's all we can say, because who knows what would have happened had the naloxone not been administered. So I think it's just on that little sort of nitpicking point. But on the other matters, I'll leave that to David and his members, who are much more directly affected in this matter than ASP's members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any authority. Oh, sorry, Fiona and Emma, I noticed your hand up. Come back to you in a minute.
Sorry, can I ask Emma, please, then? So David's talked about the responsibility and the liability of police officers administering naloxone and looking for some protection. Can I ask about vicarious liability? So if police officers are acting within their instructions or within their job description, however you would describe it, would that mean that the force takes responsibility for that individual member of staff's actions, rather than them individually being, obviously they'll be held accountable, but rather than them being held accountable as an independent member of the public? So I'm looking for the employment protection that police officers would have for administering naloxone. And I would quite like to hear your view on the dialogue with staff side around this, particularly on the mandatory nature of it.
Yes, okay, so thank you, Chair, thank you, Fiona. So in relation to liability, ultimately liability sits with the Chief Constable as responsibility from the organisation. So if there are any issues or concerns in terms of an officer's I suppose, carrying out of their duty in line with the requirements within liability rests with the chief, is certainly my understanding. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't, and I suppose I hold my hands up. Maybe it was an inappropriate use of language in terms of any suggestion I was being definitive. I suppose absolutely there is the fact that we can't be necessarily 100% sure, but I think that if there is the possibility that officers have saved 69 lives, well then that's a far better position, I suppose, to be in than the potential not, particularly in terms of any welfare issues or significant impact that actually could be had on the officers in terms of what they witness in the inability to render assistance to somebody who may need it, particularly if there was to be, notwithstanding David's comments obviously, but particularly if there were to be any delays in ambulance provision or other first aid. So and yeah, in terms of the dialogue and the concerns obviously that have been raised by the Federation, that's not a position certainly from a Police Scotland point of view, from a PPCW perspective, that we would want to be in, and certainly as currently the ACC with responsibility for that area of business, I would be, you know, very, I suppose I would appeal just in terms of engaging and actually being able to thrash some of these issues out to see how we get to a point of reassurance. Obviously, it's very pleasing to me to, you know, to hear David or, you know, the SPF acknowledge the fact that naloxone is safe. You know, that's very reassuring, and the fact of that recognition. And I do note your comments obviously around the health alerts that have been issued. I suppose my understanding of those health alerts is that they relate specifically to terminal illness treatment, so aren't necessarily applicable across the board. But there are matters, and I'm more than happy, having heard the concerns that the SPF have raised, to see what we can do organisationally to try and address those, because I think it's in the public's interest ultimately, who we're here to serve, to try and ensure that we provide whatever assistance that we can, but ultimately ensure that our officers have the confidence in which to do it, and know that they will be supported by the organisation to do so.
Thank you very much, Emma. Fiona, did you have anything else you wanted to say there?
No, that's really, really helpful. So thanks for that clarity, Emma, and I welcome your commitment to take this forward so that the Federation and others, you know, have that full briefing and discussion about how to move things forwards. Thank you.
I think further dialogue will be helpful, not necessarily today, obviously, but if you take that off table. Sorry, Katrina wanted to come in.
Yes, I just wanted to say how sorry I am to hear how strength of feeling, David, that you expressed there. And I suppose it's also a real kind of lesson for me to maybe read more between lines. But I did wonder, because I saw you shaking your head at one point during Emma's presentation, and clearly it's an issue around providing greater assurance to members of the police workforce around their protection. Just a comment which kind of backs up what you said there, Emma. CPR, my understanding is, and I'm not a medical professional, but CPR has in itself actually is not demonstrated to save many lives. But what it does do, it gives people who are applying it some reassurance that they are doing everything in their power to save someone's life, even if the statistics show that it doesn't really work. But it's again, it's a mental health issue for people who are facing someone dying in front of them. Thank you.
Thanks, Katrina. David, I don't want to turn this into a to and fro, but if you any points of clarification.
Yes, thanks, Chair, and I'll be very brief. It's just regarding that bit of vicarious liability, which I think was mentioned by Fiona McQueen. Section 24 of the Police and Fire Reform Act puts that vicarious liability on the Chief Constable, but that's really from a civil perspective. What we are concerned, our concern here is not about criminal. It's not actually, it's the fatal accident inquiry aspect of this. Because we've got officers who are 7 years ago dealt with an arrest in Kirkcaldy, and if you've seen the state that they are in just now, they're hugely damaged by that tragic series of events there, and that's the kind of thing we are trying to stop. There's a 7-year wait for fatal accident inquiries. Having been through that myself, it's a horrible experience when, although you've done nothing wrong and you've done your best, And that's what we're trying to stop happening here. And for me, my real puzzlement in all this is, why is this so hard to give that assurance? Because we're all on the same page, just trying to save lives and trying to do the right thing, but we've got to do that, and we've got to look after the welfare and the well-being of and interests of our officers, where some people are focusing on the other aspects of it. We've just got to give that balance, and it should be resolvable, but it just needs these reassurances.
Thank you. I think we're in danger of moving into other territory than this particular report. So I would encourage the dialogue that Emma offered there, and I think we can move on to item 2.5. That's the workforce impact of changes to police pensions. And I think that's Jude. Back to Jude again.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of bringing this paper to the committee today was to give the committee some background as to the impact of some of the pension changes to the police pension scheme, but also to provide some assurance to the committee that there's a significant stream of work ongoing to deal with this. Just by way of background, we, with effect from the 1st of April this year, there were some changes to the police pension scheme. I'll not go into all of the intricacies of them, Chair, just for the purposes of time. However, one of the more significant changes is in relation to the calculation of the commutation, so the amount that a police officer can take in lump sum. There had been a detrimental impact to those officers who had attained 25 or more years service and who were over 50. So there was an age discrimination element to this. So there was certainly a very significant detriment to those officers who wished to retire at that point. That has now been removed. And as a consequence, a number of people are understandably seeking to avail of the improved pension calculation changes. So as I note in my paper, we see on average around 812 officers retiring or leaving during every year. And consequently, we in Police Scotland recruit in and around 800 officers every year to deal with attrition and to try and maintain officer numbers at 17,234 being our target number. Over the first quarter of the calendar year, so that's from the 1st of April, we saw an increase of 69% of officers indicating their intention to leave the organisation, which is a significant increase, obviously, on the last 5-year period. The paper notes that a total of 735 have indicated that they are leaving. And that affects mainly quarters 1 and 2 of the year, but not exclusively. We do have some officers who have indicated that they will be retiring, but not until later in the year. And there are in and around 1,400 officers who are impacted by this change, and that will fluctuate as we go through the year. So indications are that we will see a similar pattern in quarters 3 and 4. And certainly we are attributing this increase to the pension changes because those officers who are indicating their intention to retire are sitting in that bracket of between 25 and 29 years service, and it tends to be those in the latter years. So there is the bulk of the officers going are at that sort of 28, 29 year service. One of the reasons, of course, for that is the unknown entity of the pension remedy, which will purportedly come into place in October next year. And people are still, of course, rather nervous about moving into the career average scheme. We have, in order to mitigate this, we have increased our recruitment profile. As I mentioned at the outset of the meeting, we saw lower numbers at the end of the financial year as a consequence of COVID and COP26. So we had already intended and had planned to bring in 300 new officers in our first intake of the year, which was the 18th of April. We have in fact 302, two of whom were transferees from other forces, and they are obviously now on division. And we have profiled to increase recruitment to the 300 over the course of the next 3 quarters, the next intake being in July. However, we are currently and actively looking at increasing that 300 to perhaps 350 with a view to moving to 400 as soon as we possibly can. We are undertaking some work in relation to accommodation, into catering facilities, into other issues to ensure that we can appropriately and safely accommodate the training for those officers. We had already put in place annual promotion processes 2 or 3 years ago, and we have expedited some of the recruitment, some of the promotion processes to ensure that we are bringing the numbers through to mitigate again against some of the attrition rates. For example, we have just run the superintendent promotion process. We managed to deliver it at least a month sooner than we would normally have anticipated. We held the moderation panel on Monday, and we will be promoting a significant number of superintendents over the course of the next couple of promotion parades. We are looking at other areas where we can consider workforce planning, so how we are deploying our resources, how we are using officers with duty modifications in a more efficient way to ensure that the critical areas that the Chief Constable spoke about at the board last Thursday around initial contact, response and public protection policing are absolutely prioritised in terms of resource deployment. I wasn't going to say anything more than that, Chair, and I'm very happy to take questions from members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jude. Are there any questions from board members? Fiona.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jude. That's really encouraging to see that the effort that's going into bolster numbers. Can I ask about the steps you're taking to ensure that attrition? So traditionally when organisations increase the recruitment, if they have big battalions, there can be increased attrition from that because of poor experience. So can I ask what steps you've taken? So you've talked about accommodation and food, but can I ask what steps you've taken to make sure that the probationers are supported both within the training college but also out in the field once they've had the passing out parade and they're placed within localities?
So in terms of the college, we have increased the number of trainers that we have in the college to accommodate this. So this is not being done with the existing resources. We have seconded officers from other divisions to support that. We have an executive sponsor for every probationary intake. We've had that for I think probably the last 3 years, and one member of the executive takes responsibility for ensuring that there is some both executive oversight, but that pastoral care provision at the college is in place. We have been having an ongoing refurbishment programme at the college to ensure that the bedrooms and the facilities are as modern and as acceptable as they can possibly be. And we've increased the level of support through our third-party supplier who provide the catering and cleaning services. Once officers then go out on division, we provide tutor constables and supervision. We know that we need to increase the number of tutor constables on division, and we are actively supporting that and increasing the training provision for tutors. There is actually a relatively low level of attrition of probationers during their first 2 years. There is attrition, however. Some of it is officers who perhaps in the early days realised that policing isn't quite what they thought it was going to be. And then we have others who, for whom the job probably ends up being too demanding, and we have a discharge regulation that allows us to part company with those officers who aren't going to make good constables. So we provide as much support as we can at the moment, and we are actively looking to see how we can increase that support. And again, DCO Page is this is one of the key work streams under the Short Life Working Group that the DCO referred to earlier on.
That's great. Thanks very much indeed, Jude. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Alistair?
Yeah, thanks very much, Jude, for the report, and I really welcome the mitigations that are being put in place and the acceleration of the recruitment processes and the prioritisation of where police officers will do their duties in the short to medium term. I really welcome that. My question really is around nuance. I can understand why people would desire, if it's financially advantageous, to take the opportunity to draw down their pensions, and the changes for many people have enabled that because there's a world out there. But the reasons for leaving any job, any organisation, and particularly such a vocational one as policing, are complicated. So beyond that financial advantage, what steps are you taking to understand why people are leaving the organisation?
So I think we reported at the last People Committee the changes that we were making to the exit interview process.
Yeah.
And we did do some work. One of my team did some work recently, and I think it was Susan, but I need to check just on some of the reasons for leaving and how we can correlate that with some of the other, for example, the pension changes or with some of the other well-being work. I actually think it was Nikki Page that did that work, so I might invite her to speak a little bit on that, if that would be welcomed. We know that we've talked already about policing being a demanding working environment, and it absolutely is. It's a very challenging environment, but it's also incredibly rewarding. And we have many thousands of people who have devoted their public service in policing and still obtain great reward and recognition out of it. With your permission, Chair, I might ask Nikki just to focus specifically on the point that Alistair made.
Yes, Nikki, you've been volunteered.
Yes, thanks, Chair, much appreciated. So yeah, we've got our first 6 months breakdown of our exit interviews. We're currently in the process of analysing that. There are some emerging trends, obviously. The boss has already said retirement is the greatest reason for leaving, but obviously under that, there's a number of further reasons that we need to dig into. We've also got, because what we did with the exit interview was allowed for a number of free text comments. So we've got rather a large, to be honest, spreadsheet on that obviously is confidential because that's individual comments, so it could identify an individual. But we are going through that just now to look for themes. So we should be in a good position in not too long a time frame to kind of bring forward what those comments and what the kind of more general statistics tell us when we bring that together to paint a proper picture. So that's what we're doing just now, Chair. So probably don't think it would be helpful to go into too much individual detail of the survey, because obviously that's just trends and it's what does that tell us that you're probably more interested in. So, but happy to bring any analysis back that we progress on that front.
Thank you, Nikki. I think that would be appreciated. Alistair, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, not really. I really wanted to draw out the highlight of the new exit process from the organisation, and as Jude said, the correlation with other pieces of work, so that we really understand all the reasons why people are exiting. And I think the progress update that Nikki's just given us as to where they are 6 months into it is very helpful, and I look forward to hearing more in the future.
Thank you very much, Alistair. If there are no further questions from authority members, can I invite the staff associations or trade unions to comment? Susie.
Just for me, an emerging element of this that's come to my attention over the last week with members raising is that those who are maybe wavering just now in the senior officers, who maybe not feeling particularly valued, or perhaps large stressful workloads, growing resty banks, etc. The miserly pay rise compared with the generous increase that's going to come in pensions through it's linked to the CPI with interest rates rising is making retirement actually a more attractive option financially. So I've had approaches made this week say, look, when do these things kick in? What would the timings be of it? So I do think that is going to start. Albeit we might have seen a bit of a blip or balloon at that 1st of April turnover point. Actually, going forward, as some other things crystallise, we might find we have other members now who perhaps were more on the fence before, now looking at their options going forward, because there's going to be less of a gap between your salary and your pension going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Susie. David?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I was going to say much the same as Susie there. I think there's still more bad news to come, I'm afraid, on this one. And as we looking at different ways of mitigating the SPPA's difficulties in being able to actually the pension agency's difficulties in actually being able to pay the new pensions, that will perhaps again be another enabler for people to leave the organisation. So yeah, there's more pain to come, I'm afraid, on this one is our assessment. Sorry.
Thank you very much. If you're both right on that, then it's all the more important that the mitigation measures that are outlined in the report are in place, that they are being worked through, that we're in dialogue constantly on all of this as well, and that we can look forward to the point at which we get back into balance again once these mitigation measures take effect. Jude, could I just ask you, is there any sign of when that might be?
We are actively working on them, Chair, but I think that there was very little notice given to Police Scotland of the changes that came in very, very quickly. So we have put in place a significant number of measures. We are working on this day and daily, but I think it's probably going to be well into the second half of next year before we are back up to officer numbers being where they were, barring us increasing the number, the throughput at the college.
So would it be appropriate for us to have regular updates on progress, though, coming back to what we don't want to wait and find out then that it has or hasn't worked. So some regular reporting to this committee, I think, would be appropriate.
Very happy to do that, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're finished with item 2 and its various subsets. So now item 3 highlights wellbeing and inclusion issues. And the first report, item 3.1, is the year-end wellbeing report. And I think we're back to yourself, Jude.
Thank you, Chair. And with your permission, I'll hand over to Susan Beaton, Head of People, Health and Wellbeing. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, so what we have here is the year-end report for the wellbeing programme, and as we always do, it linked very much to our approach, which is the Wellbeing Matters approach, and we continue to support the 4 key areas across the organisation that are physical, psychological, social and financial. Again, that is the theme that we have been following, and we continue to promote and embed an inclusive approach to wellbeing. If I take you into the report, as I kind of always do with these types of papers, the report talks about the look back. So it covers the activity that we have been delivering over the last quarter. The end of the report, what I always like to do is talk about the future. And I think there's a bit of discussion to be had around what papers are coming to the next board. And with permission, I'll do that at the end of this particular paper. So just jumping into the paper then, a couple of areas to call out. First one, TRIM, that continues. We've actually received some really good feedback on the TRIM programme. We've currently got 186 assessors across the country. They've been through 3 recent CPD events with a focus on suicide prevention. The TRIM assessors, a couple of issues around about resources in that area, in that what we're finding is when TRIM assessors are trained, they become an assessor, they support the organisation, then they get another job and they leave to go to their new role, and then they drop the TRIM assessor role. Again, in the future, that's something that we need to change. There is no reason why you can't be a TRIM assessor despite what role you move into. Again, I'll talk a little bit more about TRIM later on in the paper, because we have had some significant feedback received from the organisation on how well it is received now and how highly regarded that programme is. If you look at the statistics around about TRIM, we've seen a 32% increase year on year on the uptake of the TRIM support, with the last year seeing 458 cases where people have received support from TRIM. So again, it continues to be a very positive programme, and again, when I talk about the future, it's how we continue to support that particular area. Next area on the paper that I'll cover is ELIOS. That has now come to an end. As members will remember, this was a programme that we brought in to support the organisation with things like destigmatising mental health, and the art of having the conversation, the wellbeing conversation with your people, etc. Unfortunately, it was very severely impacted by Op Urim and the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of numbers and uptake, etc. But we battled on and managed to offer ELIOS to circa 2,300 people. So it was well received. Those that attended, it was well received. We've got some good feedback from the ELIOS programme, and we are using that feedback to form the learning for the future. So it certainly is something that we've benefited from across the organisation. It was a 1-year fixed contract that we had for ELIOS, so that has now come to an end. Next area of the paper I'll cover is Lifelines. Now, again, Lifelines has covered 402 officers and staff have benefited from Lifelines training. Again, I don't want to continuously talk about the COVID pandemic, but it too was impacted severely by the COVID-19 situation. However, the people that have attended the Lifelines training again have given us really good feedback, particularly around about the staying well and understanding the resilience and self-care, etc. So this is an area that we want to retain in Police Scotland and continue with Lifelines into the current financial year. And it is they are working with us around about our future planning for 22-23 and what else we can offer for the organisation moving forward. Next area I'll cover is the Wellbeing Champions. Again, similar to TRIM, it forms part of the review work that we have done in terms of getting feedback. It's very well received. Feedback is that it's gone a little bit awry. It's kind of needing a bit kind of joined back up again, and a little bit more structure put back in there. We are using Lifelines to provide the CPD support and training to all of the Wellbeing Champions. At the moment, we have 144, and all of the 144 champions went through the ELIOS training as well. So they continue to keep their CPD up. But again, when I move to the next stage of the paper, I'll talk about what we plan to do with the Wellbeing Champions model. Next stage, part of the paper, against occupational health EAP. We saw a slight decrease in the uptake of the services offered by Occ Health and EAP, again, directly linked to the pandemic. We are now seeing numbers back to what we would describe as being the norm. And again, as I will cover what we're planning to do with the contracts, etc., with occupational health provision in the way forward section of this paper. And lastly, for the kind of look back, the SMP provision, we have experienced, again, problems with the pandemic. I feel like all I'm talking about is the pandemic. We experienced a lot of issues with the pandemic around about our SMP provision, in that we found ourselves only having access to one person, not dedicated to the organisation. We now have access to 6 selected medical practitioners, which is allowing us to support the health retirement process better. It's taking a bit of time to undo the kind of the backlog, if you like, but with having access to more SMPs, it's starting to get, we're seeing an improved service. What I will say is those individuals that are in the ill health retirement pool, the officers that are in there and the staff, they now have a dedicated people service advisor supporting them through the process and making sure that they're kept informed and up to date, even whilst there is still a bit of a backlog for us to get through. So the SNP provision is looking much better for the future. And again, a huge amount of work has gone into that area to allow us to become future proof. So my intention there was to talk about the future. Happy to take questions on that part, Chair, or would you like me just to continue to the end and take questions on?
I think if you can just finish, Susan, that would be great.
Absolutely, not a problem. Okay, so moving into the way forward, if I could just go back a little bit to the last People Committee, whereby we presented the paper on our statement of intent, which was detailing the plans and proposals around about the new, the way forward around about the wellbeing support programme. Part of that paper, if we can remember, was talking about going out to the organisation and engaging and actually asking the question about what do we do well and what do we see we need, asking about what we need for the future. We're coming to the end of that exercise now. And we've got a lot of feedback, a lot of discussion took place with stakeholders, staff associations, unions, senior leaders across the organisation, down to the COP and the staff on the ground. So we've got a real good mix of feedback. We did a lot of it was through questionnaire, some of it was through face-to-face focus groups, etc. So covered quite a lot. I have a paper going to the Health and Wellbeing Governance Board at the end of this month. The intention thereafter would be to take that paper into the Strategic Leadership Board and then back to this committee in August, which lays out all of the kind of findings, if you like, from that review. What I was intending to do here today was just give you a snapshot of the types of things that we are planning on covering. The fundamental one is obviously, as I think Jude mentioned this earlier in the meeting, is about a current contract provision with occupational health and EAP. Now we will be entering into a tendering exercise shortly for the next year and moving forward on that. And what we have taken from the kind of organisation's perspective and the feedback is very much about, the service levels that we'll be looking for moving forward and moving towards almost like a one-stop shop, which allows the officer, member of staff, when they enter into that system, that they get the support that they need rather than being diverted elsewhere. It talks about an EAP service that despite what you are going for, you will get a support from it with no barriers to, is it trauma related or is it personal related or work related? It's just support, and that's it, end to end and one stop shop. It will look at asking for proactive support. It's things like societal changes. We've got, I think somebody mentioned it earlier, we've got the cost of living increase, for example. So when we're looking at proactive, occupational health support for the organisation, it's about enabling our workforce to be prepared for what is coming around the corner and being ahead of the curve, as opposed to at the moment sometimes we're a bit behind the curve. It's about having SLAs that actually reflects what we need and ensuring that it's all about quality and it reflects the feedback that we've received from the organisation. We'll be looking at introducing things like compulsory or mandatory wellbeing health MOTs for certain key roles across the organisation, and that's the organisation saying that when you take on certain roles, we understand that they are a high significant level of stress associated with them. We must have people using the services that we offer. The reason we're bringing this in as being a mandatory, or proposing to bring it in as being mandatory, is a lot of our workforce just don't do it, and so the products are there and the support services are there, but they're just not being utilised. So by making this mandatory for certain roles, not all roles, but certain roles, it's ultimately saying that it is important that you look after yourself when you're in these types of posts. Other areas we're looking at is investment in the wellbeing champions. As I said earlier, the feedback is outstanding for that particular programme, the people in them. We've got a lot of feedback around about what they would like to deliver. It's about having more management and CPD events to ensure that it's consistent and they're utilised well, rather than at the moment it's become a little bit sporadic. Again, TRIM assessors rather to continue with the TRIM and ensuring again that we've got an even spread and that they retain their TRIM assessment role even despite moving across the organisation, and stop this constant re-recruiting for new TRIM assessors. We're looking at enhanced signposting for our officers and staff around about the use of the service desk that we have in P&D. So we have an absence line. We take circa 5,000 people a week are calling our absence line to report either fit or sick. We've got a real opportunity there to really provide them with additional support. They might not be asking for it, but we've got experienced people service advisors and people direct advisors on the phone, and the idea is to provide additional support and signpost them to services that we actually have to offer. Looking at, again, establishing a health and wellbeing advisory group. The point of that is it sits between the kind of the workforce to the Wellbeing Governance Board. In the middle, what you have there is an opportunity to feed up so that we can actually hear what our people have got to say. It's about sharing ideas and ensuring that learning is factored in across the whole organisation rather than pockets of it that sometimes can happen. It's looking at improved communications, the use of lived experience approach across the organisation, about stakeholder engagement improvements there. It will cover areas such as one of the big pieces of work that I'm about to kickstart is a review of our mental health. This has came about because I think it might have been David that covered it earlier. Our mental health absences has increased year on year. I mean, I think that often what people ask is why. So we know what because we've got numbers that tell us that, we've got data that explains the reason why people are off, but the bit that sits behind it, the story that sits behind it is perhaps not as well known. So I've got a piece of work just starting at the moment. We're doing a data protection impact assessment just to ensure that we're able to use our data appropriately. But ultimately what that will do is it will take a snapshot of the last 3 years where data-wise we have had 1,772 people have experienced a long-term period of mental health absence. The definition of long-term is anything from 28 days and beyond. So what we will do is we'll take those 1,700 cases, take a snapshot of that. I'm going with 40% at the moment, which turns it into 700 people or 700 case studies. And thereafter, what we'll do is we'll look behind the data. So we'll actually look at what led to the mental health periods of absence. It will look at any life events in that individual's case, for example, births, deaths, marriages, divorce, moving house, moving to a new job, etc. It will look at things, the obvious things like age, service, police officers versus staff. It will look at shift workers versus non-shift workers, frontline versus corporate versus specialist functions. It will also then look, again, because it's creating a story, it'll also then look behind that and look at the person's use of their own annual leave, and the patterns that they use in terms of they taking their annual leave at the end or at the start, or as it's spread out evenly across the year. How many rest days has the person had cancelled? If it's a police officer, how many re-rostered rest days do they have? How much toil balance do they have? How many hours of overtime is the person working? And then we'll also then mirror that across to other factors, which will be things like disappointment. Has the individual been through promotion processes, or have they been in dispute with like grievance, discipline, complaints about police, PSD restrictions? So what that does is it creates a case that actually allows us then to map if there's any patterns across this sample size to determine if there is a linkage to the organisation, to personal stressors, to mental health, etc., to try and attempt to define what is causing the mental health that we're currently seeing increasing. Now, that is a big piece of work. I've got a lot of people in my team that are able to do a lot of it, and we've got analytical support coming in to do the patterns analysis. But it starts with a data protection impact assessment to ensure that we're actually able to use the data for this purpose, which is currently being discussed as I sit here today. There's a meeting going on right now to talk about this very thing. The intention then will be to report in through Wellbeing Governance Board and then back to this committee. For this particular piece of work, the intention is to report back in November because we need a little bit of time to undertake that. Now, that's a snapshot. There is much more of which I'm not going to keep going with. The paper obviously will describe a lot more detail of how we intend to deliver all this, but if with permission, it needs to go in through our internal governance process first and then back to this table. So I will stop there.
Thanks, Susan. That all sounds very comprehensive and gives us a lot more information than was in the report. So thank you for that. Katrina, you've got a question or a comment?
Yes, thank you very much. Obviously, an enormous amount of work going on here, and that's really, really encouraging. It's really interesting. And one of the things I wanted to ask you was, you talk about, did you describe it as a mandatory wellbeing MOT? So I think that's really, really interesting because you were saying people in certain roles have a duty to look after themselves. So that actually kind of leads into the first question I wanted to ask, which was in terms of the wellbeing champions, what kind of support are they getting to take on that role? So when you talk about people looking after themselves, it's not always the individual's entire responsibility. It has to be a kind of like, an organisational supportive one. So who supports the wellbeing champions?
as I said earlier, we're using lifelines to develop CPD for our trim assessors and our wellbeing champions. So that will be what they need in terms of support, training and guidance to allow them to support our other people. So it's bespoke, and that's why we're retaining lifelines for the next year and potentially thereafter to allow us to have that specific CPD for champions and trim assessors.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Another question that I have is, well, it's really more just going forward. I hear you have to kind of go through an internal process, but I'd be really interested to see going forward, and particularly in view of the previous conversation we had this morning, when you're talking about stakeholders and input and lived experience to the Health and Wellbeing Advisory Group, I'd be really quite interested to see a bit more detail further down the line about who those stakeholders are and who's been consulted and who's having input into that particular group. And the other question finally is, I know we're going to come on to talk about Your Voice Matters, but I'd be really interested to see where you think the overlap or the interlinking between the work of the Your Life Matters area and this area, actually, where they link together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can come in on that. The first part of about the Wellbeing Advisory Group, yes, is the answer to that. We have all of the detail around about who we've engaged with, etc., and it is forming part of the paper, which ultimately will come back here as well. With regards to the Your Voice Matters, obviously there was quite a big factor in there about wellbeing, which we took out, and it has also formed part of the feedback and review around about what the future looks like. So it's quite a big package, if you like, of feedback that we got that didn't just come from people that we asked. It also came from other factors like the survey. So definitely is linked to the proposal for the future.
Okay, thank you. I mean, one of the issues around the Durham survey for me, I know we're going to come on and discuss it, but was that it seemed to be, the conclusions from some of the information that were coming out of it seemed to be, mental health issues are usually because of personal circumstances, whereas in fact I might read that same information and go, well, the stress at work is people are able to cope with stress at work as long as they don't actually have another burden at home. So things like that I think are really interesting. You're talking about doing this pilot study of people's circumstances and really going into a lot of detail around what's actually going on in their lives, what's going on at work, and I suppose then what I would want to know after that is what purpose are you going to put that information to? What are you actually then going to do about it? And do you have already some kind of perceived kind of time frame for the outcomes of response to that information? Sorry, that was another question.
Happy to come in?
Yes.
So yes, the intention with it will be, it will inform, it hopefully will give us a picture, and again, because it is that, is it personal, is it work life, and the reality is, it's for purposes of the support that we offer, it doesn't actually matter in terms of what we give by means of support, but it's about preventative. So it's trying to get into the keeping well space, rather than reacting to the people that have become unwell. And that the idea behind this piece of work is to identify what has caused our people to become unwell, to allow us to get into a product or a service that proactively is prevention. I don't know until I've done the outcome of I don't know the answer to the question until I've done the outcome of the case study review, but it will certainly give us an indication of the why, which is something I think everyone on this group, particularly back in my team, it's the being clear as to why our mental health is rising year on year, and then it will inform the future. It will inform what do we do with it. It will lead to the next discussion about where do we take it next. So, and also, as I've said, it will be, I'll report more detail on that as we get started with the case study.
That's really helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alistair and then Fiona, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Susan. I asked a question earlier, about how Police Scotland were responding to the main cause of sickness absence being psychological illness in the earlier report, and you certainly have laid out a comprehensive range of support mechanisms. But there's two things really I particularly want to highlight: is that movement into the the well space, the understanding why, that preventative issue, and that's going to be difficult and complex. It really is. And then it's also the evaluation work that you've indicated, through case studies and others, because that was going to be my question. Well, you've got all this activity, but how do you know it's being impactful? How do you know it's adding value to the organisation? And the outcome is, are we supporting people, and are we reducing, their exposure to it? So you really, in the answer to other questions, answered my questions, but I just wanted to highlight that, I'm very supportive of it. And, you've given me assurance, and I look forward in particular to getting reports on the well space and on the evaluation of your activities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Susan. Just like to echo the others' recognition of the work and the enthusiasm with which it's been taken forwards. And I think if there's ever a time that Police Scotland need to concentrate on creating an environment for their people to flourish, then it's certainly now. A couple of things. One very practical thing, if I maybe just give you my questions, they're not that complicated, and then you can come back to me. I'd be interested to better understand the 400 rejected occupational health referrals in terms of what that means. There's something swirling around in my mind, and it almost feels like a paradox. So we're seeing increased mental ill health amongst our people, but we're also seeing increased activity. And therefore, how do we know the action we're taking will have the intended consequences? So that evaluation, I would look forward to that. I'm always thoughtful about mandatory, so I understand why we would want to have something as mandatory. Suggestion in the paper that there's a lack of senior engagement about mental health and ill health matters, and therefore that role modelling is important. So I'd be interested if you could say a bit more about how we're going to not just have a tick box exercise here, how we're really going to embrace it. And then the other thing I'm interested in finally is the psychological supervision. You've talked about ongoing CPD and ongoing training, but I'd be interested to know what supervision some of the, whether it's TRIM supporters or assessors, but those who are intervening, what ongoing supervision, psychological supervision would be giving those members of staff.
Okay. I think I wrote them down. 400 rejected referrals, first and foremost, is normally to do with the content or the quality of the referral that goes into the system and is then rejected either for more additional information or not required. It's one of the areas that we've covered in we will be covering in the tendering around about what we define as something that's relevant for a rejection. I've looked at some of them myself, and they actually should have been rejected because it doesn't give any information. So it's about a balance. There's somewhere in the middle. We need to have people. The managers do have a role to play in this when they're referring somebody into an occupational health advisor. They need more information. So it's not. The number is predominantly about quality as opposed to we don't want to see you, if that helps. With regards to, I think it was around evaluation was your next question. That was again one of the fundamental reasons why we wanted to create, well, we are creating the Health and Wellbeing Advisory Group. It's to allow for continued feedback and evaluation of everything that we do at the right level. Because sometimes if it's too low or too high, there's missed opportunity. So it's to allow it to come up, but also to allow me to report up. And to keep an eye, and it'll be a regular group that's allowing the kind of the core people out there to feed back to my team, the organisation on what works, what doesn't work, and feedback in positives and the negatives to allow us to continuously improve in what we do. So that was one of the fundamental reasons for that advisory group. Moving on to, I think, if I've picked this up wrong, you can correct me. Senior leaders and lack of, I think it was lack of engagement you referred to. That was specifically around the ELIOS. That was around about they felt that the people that attended the ELIOS programme were more junior in level rather than senior in level. And again, I think if I'm being honest, looking at that past year, it's really tricky because of the barriers we had with the pandemic. It really did provide, no matter where we went, We struggled a lot to get people offline and on courses when actually the absence levels were so high, and a lot of our senior people were actually dealing with other priorities around about abstraction, etc. Moving forward, the intention thereafter is we know that through learning, so we'll target that particular group moving forward is always what I'd like to say there. And regards to psychological supervision, is this around about how we support the wellbeing champions who are supporting our again, that will form part of the paper. It will give a lot more detail when it comes to the next committee. It does talk about what we intend to do to corral that programme and support them to support our people. It doesn't just cover CPD, it talks about the engagement that line managers have with wellbeing champions to ensure that they have additional support, because sometimes it's that reflection of, if you're supporting others, don't forget about the champions themselves. The same applies to the TRIM assessment model around about improvements in there, and it includes additional support that we're putting in for that particular programme. Again, it will come back to this committee.
Okay, I'd be really interested about what the additional support is in terms of making sure that the person who's giving the additional support has sufficient expertise in psychological trauma rather than a line manager. That's grand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just before I ask the staff associations and trade unions for comments, my own question is around an issue that is sometimes more topical than others, but it's about one of the worst things I would imagine that can happen to a police officer or a member of police staff is if they lose a colleague or a member of their team to suicide. So I wondered if you could say something about what's done to identify and support those who are at risk of suicide.
Sorry, the person is at risk of suicide, or the supporting somebody that has experienced suicide?
No, what support we provide to someone who might be at risk of suicide. Or indeed, and indeed to maybe somebody who is managing such a person or working alongside someone.
Yeah, the answer to the question is ultimately the services and support that we have currently, and the moving forward piece is about ensuring that our line managers are equipped to, it's back to that wellbeing assessment and the mental health assessment and the MOT. It's about, don't wait until the person's at such a stage that they're gravely unwell. It's about getting ahead of the curve and supporting them, keeping them well. The occupational health assessment is, the mental health assessment rather, is what we use to identify people that are struggling. The training that we offer, Lifelines as an example, is to ensure that managers are aware of the wellbeing conversation. It's about having that conversation with your people, identifying, checking in with them, etc., and getting early intervention and support through our current occupational health provision, and then into the TRIM process. Managers obviously spotting signs, having discussions, etc. I think that's what we do. The TRIM as well, that sits behind that TRIM. If you refer back to the paper, we talked about the CPD event, the recent CPD events that we've brought in for the TRIM assessors, specifically covering trauma around about, supporting people with trauma around about suicide, because what we're seeing is it's not just our own people experiencing potential, suicide. It's about or the way that they feel leading to that. It's about them also responding to operational incidents where somebody has taken their life and how they also cope with that as well. So the idea around about the TRIM was to factor in both aspects, but the individual and what they're doing in terms of supporting the public. So again, it does feature in moving forward and highly in the support packages for mental health and keeping people well, and it's more detail will come to in the paper that I've described earlier.
Thank you, Susan. Can I invite David or Susie or any of the other staff association or union reps? And David?
Thanks, Chair. There's been a lot of really good work getting done in the wellbeing sphere, and I think we've come a long way from posters and water bottles to some of the real interventions which we're seeing. So well done to Susan and her team on that one. Really welcome the understanding piece, because I think that's key to this. We do, of course, have the SPF survey, which nobody seems to want to talk about, but actually has a lot of the reasons that people have reported back on this. And again, very happy to share that with the committee. The Force has a copy, but again, happy to share that again if that's helpful. At the Parliamentary Committee on Mental Health, I was giving evidence just 2 weeks ago and they're taking a real interest in not just how we deal with mental health in the community, but how we deal with our own officers' mental health. And it kind of took when we put it out to consultation, we got an unprecedented response to that. Literally dozens and dozens of people giving long stories, and it was very telling how passionate an issue this is for our officers. And again, we took the unusual step of actually applying, including an annex into our parliamentary evidence of those redacted, but nevertheless very heartfelt accounts from officers. And I think one of the challenges which we saw from that, and it was hard reading, to be honest, is that when we're dealing with trauma, you've got to take people out of the trauma. And that's the challenge we have just now, is that much of the trauma that people are facing is actually, it can be the straw that breaks the camel's back on mental health, and that's some of the workplace issues which they're encountering. And that's the real challenge I see here, is how do we almost mainstream this in terms of saying how do we tackle this, because it's, but we need to understand that data better, and I think the work which Susan's talking about is really good in terms of joining the dots together and seeing what we can do. But my concern is, how do you make that, how do you get them away from that trauma? Because, well, we've talked about all meeting, money is the problem. The compulsory MOTs aspect is really welcome, and it's something we've asked for a long time. We've always heard we can't make people talk. Well, you can make people talk, but you can make them go. If they go and sit in the reception for half an hour, that's fine, that's up to them. But as long as the job's making them go, and we've just done our own deep dive into public protection unit officers, and one of the things that's coming back here is that while people are being offered the opportunity to go, they're not taking it because they feel bad about leaving the job, which is it goes back in this kind of vicious circle here. So I think that really genuinely sending people to it and making them sit in that office for an hour, and if they sit and say nothing, that's fine, but that's the kind of thing we have to be quite firm on. The challenges ahead, drinking from a hose is the good description I heard about the well-being at the moment, because it's not just what Police Scotland's doing, but a lot of the third sector is doing as well, trying to produce things. And I think that's one of the challenging bits for line managers, is trying to navigate through all the offerings that are there and make sure that they're complementary and not potentially going to cause problems there. But the other aspect I think which is important to remember is a third of our officers in that SPF survey said they had gone to work mentally unwell. And it's not just the ones that are off that we need to be looking at, it's the ones that are there. And I think that's a really key bit. The TRIM process is a great diagnostic tool in terms of highlighting some of the issues. But again, sometimes it can be the challenges of, and I know this might seem unusual, but the amount of disruption that police officers have in their lives, like from courts and so on, really starts to cause. So if you're a single parent and you're constantly getting your life disrupted and having the trauma of trying to rearrange and pay for childcare only for a court case to be cancelled and then not be required at all, that's the type of thing that really adds into the stresses of life. And so sometimes it's not the horrible road accidents or the appalling murder scenes. Sometimes it's just the complexities of being a police officer and the disruption and not being able to get away. People are saying their annual leave is always getting interrupted. I think 1 in 4 said their annual leave was always interrupted. People getting rest days interrupted. They're not getting away from it. So these are, again, it just adds into, I'm afraid, a bit of a grim picture of compounding the pressures, fewer staff, less money, increasing demand. We've got big challenges ahead, and we'll certainly continue to work with Susan and her team in terms of doing what we can to try and help navigate through that.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, working together on this is going to be important, and thank you for clarifying your position in relation to the compulsory MOTs. Thank you. Susie.
Thanks. Can I also say that Susan's bringing to this her customary energy, enthusiasm and commitment, which is, absolutely fantastic to see everything that she's leading on in this area. Of course, she's recognising, as we all are, this is, you know, a lot of this is about putting the bandage on after the injury's been caused, and, you know, we should be all about prevention here. But tipping to that is really, really difficult. But it's good to see that Susan had elements of that in the work that she's taking forward. And as David says, understanding some of the underlying issues, but we know what some of the hindrance stressors are, and they're not within Susan's ability to sort. You know, so it is those things that David talked about. With my members, I don't know how many members were present, but Martin Evans and John McLean certainly attended our conference the other week, where the theme was public health and policing, and we actually had inputs from Lifelines, and Lifelines will also be doing part of the new ASP's CPD programme. They will be running CPDs for senior managers and advising them of some of the work that and support they can get with Lifelines to help support their teams. And we also had an input from Morag Williamson, who is the head of suicide prevention and distress brief intervention from Scottish Government. They're pulling together a new strategy, and she's looking for interested parties to feed into that strategy. So I would urge you to do that. And of course, that work, as you will know, is being championed and led by our ex-DCC Rose Fitzpatrick. So something I feel extremely strongly about. It's impacted on me personally, but and professionally as well. And suicide has sends terrible ripples out through our communities that last sometimes for a lifetime. So I wanted to make that point. In terms of the mandatory requirement for some roles, I agree with what David's saying. However, I know there will be a degree of concern around it. And the concern will be, am I going to be taken out of this job I love because it's breaking me? And that suspicion will need to be overcome, and there will need to be safeguards around that. It is a really tricky area, because if somebody does pick up on something that is, you know, perhaps endangering the delivery of a service, because the person who's responsible for it, and that would probably be in my membership, is struggling. You know, we need to have it clarified what the service would do about that, and there needs to be a reassurance to senior managers so that they will embrace that, as we would hope they would do, because I think it is a really, really good concept and idea. I know it happens in other countries regularly. And I think it may even have happened in legacy forces. I don't know if anyone can remember back, but I think it did do for certain roles, certainly ones in the likes of public protection, for example, where, you know, one can be exposed to all sorts of terrible things on a near daily basis. So I would like to be involved in discussions around that, because I think by involving ASPs, you will allay some of the concerns of senior managers around this. And if you get their buy-in, then it's easier to get buy-in of their teams. If you've got a manager at the top of the tree saying don't do this, or you might, you know, get taken off, you might find yourself transferred to another department. We need to make sure that it's not seen as that sort of a potentially punitive thing, and it's actually there to support people. So happy to be involved in that. But again, just commend the work that Susan is leading on, and P&D have been championing around this. But yeah, we can't lose sight of the fact that prevention so much better than putting on the sticking plaster after the injury's been caused. Thanks.
Thank you, Susie. Again, very helpful comments. David, did you want to come back in? You still got your hand up.
Sorry, Chair, no, I don't. I just.
All right, sorry. Thank you. Katrina.
Yes, thanks. It was really a kind of observation about comments to do with trauma. In my experience, trauma is very complex, and as Susie has said, you know, if a traumatic event has occurred, then it's occurred, and you can't, you know, you're then dealing with remedial action, if you like. But what really struck me about the discussion, and it ties in with what we were talking about earlier today as well, is that it's my own personal experience. It's possible to work incredibly hard to deliver a job or a service that you actually feel very passionately about. And it may be very demanding, and there may be traumatic events involved, dealing with other people and things that are happening in their lives, suicidality, that kind of thing. But it's always possible, in my personal experience, if you feel you are having a positive impact, that what you're doing actually is delivering some kind of value or service. But most crucially is if you feel valued by the people who are supposed to be with you and behind you. And I think, David, your comment about the re-rostering, for example, for a single parent, to me, what I would feel under those circumstances is not valued. And so I just wanted to make that observation that, you know, we can't stop traumatic things happening to police officers as they go about their daily lives, but we can make sure that they feel valued in their job. And that ties in with a lot of the other things we're discussing today. Thank you. It's just an observation.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. I think we're finished with this item, but we still have a number of items on the agenda to get through, and we're more than 2.5 hours into the meeting, but I am nevertheless going to suggest a quick comfort break, which hopefully will be appreciated. So can I suggest that it's 11:39, we come back at 11:50, giving us 10 minutes. Thank you very much. promptly. We're on item 3.2. A number of important items coming up, but this one, Your Voice Matters, the implementation plan update. And is that Jude? Kirsty, is it? Who have Jude? Over to you.
It's Kirsty, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, colleagues and members. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that you're up against it in terms of time with the agenda, so I'm going to try and be succinct as I can. I'm assuming that the paper is read. I wanted just to pull out, if I may, the main changes since last I came to provide an update, particularly the meeting that took place between Professors Graham from Durham University Business School and Professor Duxbury from Carleton University, who, as members know, were the partners for the survey that I heard David mention earlier on. So that meeting took place. It was extremely healthy in terms of its discussion. We had Craig Sutty from ASPS there, as well as the SPF chairing it, so ACC Hawkins. And that what that enabled us to do was just to look at the implementation plan, consider it again, taking into light all of the information and refocusing, not perhaps surprisingly to colleagues, on leadership and the importance of the leader, that they are both confident and competent to basically lead and create a positive environment for their people. Obviously, it touches on well-being that Susan's just talked about. It touches on every aspect that has already been covered in terms of this morning's meeting. But I think it's important that that implementation plan that I've attached in Appendix A is a reordered. So leadership is at the top. It was well-being. I know it's only a symbolic gesture, but nonetheless, it is in response to the very clear evidence that both the Dubs survey and Duxbury survey, Carleton University brought to bear. So I make reference to that very important meeting and ongoing dialogue. I also wanted to draw out that it's not easy to identify metrics of how to evidence that improvements have been made, and we welcomed the offer of support from our governance and assurance colleagues with a new tool that they have called For Action, which in effect pulls together, I know, concerns from members previously, and I've heard it again this morning, where how does this work dovetail with so many other pieces of work? And I wanted to provide assurance that the support from governance and assurance is helping us to ensure that there is a read across. Re-rostered rest days has been mentioned a number of times this morning. It's included within the implementation plan. It has been since its inception. It also is covered, as Jude made reference earlier, in the short life working group. So our governance and assurance colleagues will be helping us ensure that updates are provided whilst connecting all of the work across the service, or things that will be impacting that. The steering group will continue. It will meet quarterly. It's already met last quarter. It meets again later on this month, Your Voice Matters steering group, and their role, and we're just adapting the terms of reference now, is to continue to track progress, to improve communications both at national and local level, and also importantly is to act as advocates across the service, so that if there are gaps, if there are things where perhaps people are not considering that join up or connectedness, that takes place. So I wanted to provide members with that assurance. I also draw out that It's the Little Things campaign this year. The focus was on hindrance stressors, as members may remember, and that was on the back of feedback from the results of Your Voice Matters, that there are many things that both officers and staff find hinder them in their day-to-day work. And whilst it is a relatively small amount of money of circa £70,000 across the service, we know that it is received well by our officers and staff with the feedback that they give, and we're looking to continue that and embed that. That's 4 years we've done that activity now, and we will always take to make sure that the
Kirsty, you've hit the mute button. If you could just unmute.
That. Sorry about.
You did it to yourself, Kirsty. Nobody did it
this
to
morning. Sorry. Where did you lose me, Chair? Sorry, where if I have to repeat
Just the
myself.
last sentence.
Okay, okay. So it's in response to what I think it was Jude again, and then David Hamilton came in and said, you know, we need to listen to however our people share their voices with us, that we need to listen and make sure that its little things are spent appropriately. Finally, if I may, the plan is attached. I'm happy to answer questions on it. I do want to assure members it's a live document, and more so now that it is in this 4-action methodology. There are 18 ambitions, there remain 18 ambitions, but I'd like to hope that members are satisfied with the level of detail that is now included there that wasn't there when I last provided my update, detailing down things like milestones and some of the indicators of where we can look to show that improvements have been made. But it is a live document. It will continue to be prioritised in addition to all of the other challenges that the service officers and staff are facing at the moment. We know what those challenges are, but my role in leading this work is ensuring that the imperative of delivery against those ambitions remains a focus as detailed within the implementation plan. Comms will go out later this month, tying up It's the Little Things action in terms of the implementation plan, and that will be ongoing as we move towards when the next survey will be. That's yet to be agreed, but ensuring that we deliver. And I'll leave it there, Chair, but as always, happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty. Yes, very full report, so thank you for that. Now, any authority members got any questions? Katrina, and then Fiona. Sorry, Katrina.
Just to say, I really welcome this report, and I really welcome the very clear way you've outlined timescales and all the different kind of aspects of the activity you're undertaking. I think it's really, really good. And actually, the question I was going to ask was when you thought the next survey was going to be launched. So you've just said you can't give us that yet. So yeah, thank you.
Chair, happy to come in on that. I think certainly Jude and I, Jude has, and I'm not going to speak on her behalf, I'm sure she'll come in if I speak out of turn, but Jude has got experience of working with Durham before and PSNI days, and what they recommend is certainly within 18 months of finishing one survey, you should be thinking about planning in to have another one. I think we have to balance operational capacity, as we've outlined earlier on today, but certainly DCC Taylor, who was on the call earlier, and I have spoken about within perhaps the first 6 months of next calendar year, if I put it that way. But at the minute, that also not only depends on operational capacity, it also depends on Professor Graham and Durham University's capacity too. So I'm in ongoing dialogue on that and happy to provide an update at the next quarterly update if that's acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd want to go ahead with doing this again, but we have to leave enough time to be focused on delivering some things and responding to what we were told in the first survey before we do the next one. But yeah, that's really helpful. I mean, I think the important thing is we tell the staff what we're doing and when we're going to do it again and when they can expect this to land on them again. So that'd be good. Alistair.
Yeah, really welcome the report. I think it gives us a really good explanation of where you are and where you're going, the progress being made. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the importance of the local implementation plans, you know, and the challenges or successes around that. Could you maybe expand on that a little bit, please, Kirsty?
Certainly. So the importance of the local plans is, as we know, people have a direct relationship with those that are immediate to them, and in effect, their immediate line manager. And whilst the sub-reports, which members may remember, we issued some in excess of 40 local reports, which gave the detail in terms of the special circumstances in particular areas. And my last update to People Committee went into some of that level of detail of where, for example, CJSD were really ahead of the game in terms of some matters, but had a different area to focus on and so on and so forth. And they're one area. I think it's important that the communication, as the chair talked about with people, is that their voice is heard in the immediacy of the area in which they work. So those plans are included within the people plans, which I've talked to previously, and communicated on a local level so that they see it, if you like, within their own locale or in their own department, the difference that is being made. What I put in the paper was, I would admit that at that local area, it's harder to get metrics sorted, those measurements of success. But that work is ongoing this month, and certainly the plan is, if not in June and July, to go to DCC Taylor's board with a little bit more detail on the local plans. But the common themes I think I presented last time I came to People Committee remain: resourcing, estates and facilities, the things that we've talked about again this morning. And I think back to the comms piece, it's just really important that we outline both at national and local levels what progress or improvements have been made. So that's the thing that I'm leading on that's important.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions from members, can I ask the staff associations and unions? David.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, listen, we certainly welcomed the joint meeting we had between Professor Duxbury and Professor Graham, which was useful. Albeit this implementation plan was drawn up prior to that meeting, so it wasn't influenced by that, and we haven't seen the local plans, so I can't comment on them. In fact, none of our reps have, so I don't know what that looks like. However, just on what we do have in terms of implementation plan, there's some really big issues in there, and it's pretty bold to try and tackle them. I guess the real metric, the only metric that matters is, does your voice matter for those that have submitted the questions? And the measure of that will be whether they see change or not. And I think, to be honest, some of these are big issues that are going to that are not going to be able to be changed, certainly in the short term, and certainly not as a result of yesterday. In terms of our resourcing aspects, in terms of our court challenges, and whilst we're doing things, it's very slow to get there. Rank ratios is another one which has been kicking around for a long time, and actually the strategic workforce plan had an aspiration to review those because they felt the cuts had been too far. We're struggling just to get to that rank ratio. And of course, whilst it's easy to say, well, let's just implement higher rank ratios so that there's more supervisors, the cost of that comes from having less staff at the bottom, and the pressures go on. So I think I guess the challenge here is, and I've got a lot of sympathy for the team as to how do you actually deliver on some of the responses that have come back within the organisation, and people are doing what they can. I think we could be doing more, to be honest, and I think we could be doing more faster. But there is a bigger challenge in terms of a lack of investment, and even in terms of the, and of course this was put together many months ago. The things such as the well-being and feeling valued and identifying public service motivation. I hate to say it, but when you get a pay offer like's been had, then that just lands like a burning spitfire, frankly. And when it's people, well, that's not what we mean. And I think the other final thing I would say is that there's been quite a lot of money being made available again through third party and so on to deal with a kind of well-being capital projects. So what would make your life better? And it might be a quiet room, or it might be this, or it might be that. But the reality is that sometimes people can't spend that money because the things are the bigger things in life, not the wee things. And whilst there will always be these things, I think the challenge is going to be, if you say, I remember asking somebody, what could you use this wellbeing fund from Police Care UK? And they said, well, how about some management training? And that's what they were looking for. It wasn't for a kind of a little room or a microwave or something like that. So I welcome the fact that these have been highlighted, but I would also urge caution from the committee's perspective in terms of what the results we can get out of that are. And again, this does lead into so what do you do for the next survey? Because unless you've actually got something tangible that you can say, and if people feel they've been listened to, then it's going to be harder and harder to get response rates because people will see what's the point.
Thank you, David. That's really helpful. Susie.
Yeah, can I thank you, Kirsty, as I did at the conference, for your work around the implementation plan. I think that it needs to keep that momentum up, and I was encouraging Police Scotland to do that, and I concur with David, it needs that investment and impetus on it. I was really interested, the second time I've heard our action or for action being mentioned. I didn't really know what it was, but I take it it's the idea is to try and join up different actions and different bits of the organisation that maybe have a similar theme, because I think sometimes our actions can be working against each other. So one I heard about recently, I know there's a review on at the moment for SED, which is looking to expand rank ratios when actually the Dame Ailish recommendation is to reduce those. So we have different bits of the business maybe not particularly joined up and maybe working against each other in that. So if that's what for action does, that's a great thing. So I'm just assuming that's what it does. If it does something else, you can correct me at the end of this ramble. I do think it is important, as we say, to get those wellbeing stressors, and there's hindrance stressors that you talked about in the little things. I think the little things has been a success programme. Certainly when I was in division, having that disposable spend to address some of those things was really, really helpful, because previously it required, several reams of paperwork being photocopied and carbon copied and put into drawers and then stamped, and it was just, you just gave up in the end and just made do with the shoddy microwave and the sharing of the one fork. So those things are really, really useful, but as we all know and we've talked about all morning, it's those underlying issues that we need to tackle, and it is going to be very, very challenging, but not to take away at all from the work that you've done around this, Kirsty, and your personal commitment to it, and P&D's commitment to pushing it forward, and you'll get support from ASPS as you do so. Thanks.
Thank you, Susie. Does anyone else wish to come back in? If not, can I thank you for that report, Kirsty, and wish you well with it and with the next stage of the survey. Item 3.3 is HMICS thematic inspection of training and development phase 2, and that's an update on where we are with that. A hefty piece of work. Jude, would that be yourself?
It is, thank you, Chair. So as members know, HMICS undertook an audit of training, leadership and development following phase 2 of that audit. The focus on phase 2 was on recruitment and retention, resulting in the significant provision of documentation in relation to diversity and workforce data as part of that inspection. We have reported, as had the previous Chief Inspector of Her Majesty's Constabulary in Scotland, an update to the People Committee previously. This was published in 2021 October. So as members know, a short life working group was pulled together to progress the recommendations outlined in the thematic inspection. All of the actions have owners and timescales for delivery, and the 10 recommendations are included in the for action plan that was just spoken about, to ensure that there is a very clear tracker and cross-referencing that Susie was just referring to it. The report talks about a draft action plan. It's actually not a draft action plan, it's an action plan that is updated and monitored as it goes along. It's an iterative approach to it, and we report regularly through both my senior management team meetings and also through the corporate management and people board meetings to ensure that we are on top of our recommendations. Brian McAnulty was the lead from HMICS. We've been working closely with Brian on this. And I would say that much of the commentary on culture and inclusion has been overtaken by some of the wider organisational imperatives relating to the EDI strategy and the mainstreaming of the inclusion agenda. And I would just offer the report there for the board to note, and I'm happy to take any questions on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jude. The report is for noting, but happy to have any questions. Katrina?
Yeah, just again to say welcome this. And it made really interesting reading, and I'm pleased to see, you know, the action logs with timeframes and all the rest of it. I'm just quite amused because I've complained in the past about reports being too small to read. So we've got this time, which is fantastic. But I feel like I'm going to have to put it up on my wall to kind of make proper sense of it. I just actually wanted to mention that you know, the previous report there about changing the priority to kind of make leadership the kind of top priority. I think that's really welcome, because it's really more an observation than a question. But I have been in a number of conversations recently where including people who should sort of already know better in a way. When you talk to someone who is the default, if you talk to someone who's white, heterosexual, highly educated, professional man, it's very hard for them to understand that the experiences of other people is worse than stressful, but actually could be really wounding. The wee throwaway comments, the little remarks, the kind of the exclusion, and that came out in the the report from the HM about you know, the careless language and hurtful comments. And I also had a conversation with a really lovely young police officer recently, a blonde white woman, who said that she believes things have improved in Police Scotland over the years, which is very welcome to hear. But she's not aware of any incidences of racism or any racist remarks. And I had to say to her, but with all due respect, would you actually be aware? Because it's not impacting on you, so you may not be picking up on things. I just wanted to make that observation. It's again, it goes back to the embedding of understanding how you train the leaders, who generally are people who do not experience that ongoing, daily, lifelong discrimination, language, throwaway comments. So I suppose the question would be how well, there isn't a question, I'm sorry, the question's obvious really, about how do you actually resolve that, and I know you can't actually answer that right now, but I wanted to make the point. Welcome the report, thank you very much.
Thanks, Katrina. Anyone else with any questions or comments? David or Susie? Nope. Well, there's a lot of material in here, and it will take us a wee while to absorb all of it, but it's very welcome to see that we have a plan and that we're working towards that. So good luck with that. Item leads us neatly into the next item, which is the biannual Equality, Diversity and Inclusion in Employment update. And I think that's also you, Jude, is it?
Chair, I was going to ask Nikki Page if she would speak to this item, and she may well touch on some of the points that Katrina raised. So I'll hand over to Nikki with your permission, Chair.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you, Chair. So this paper is the biannual update paper. Members will note from the report that we are making progress on reporting and assisting the organisation in understanding our kind of wider EDI challenges. It's probably worth highlighting to members that following the census category changes, you would anticipate that we've got work to do across the whole organisation, so we will commence that. Just want to point out at this stage that in case members are not aware, that the Scottish Census data differs from that of England and Wales. So when we update our information, we will continue to benchmark against public sector organisations, but we've always got the challenge of benchmarking with England and Wales, but we are quite adept at working our way around that, understanding the differences in categories. But it's just to put that back on the radar as we progress that work, it will be important. In regards to, I suppose this is a seamless paper from the last paper, because a lot of the recommendations in the HMICS report, we actually detail some of our responses to them in much more detail than we have in the action plan at the present. So I'm sure members have already observed the detail of that. So I'm not going to go into further detail. In response just to Katrina Stewart's last comment there, in terms of how we are trying to connect the dots between the privilege, you could argue, of rank that comes and the actual lived experience of our people. Well, obviously, one of the activities we undertook to understand that was our Truth to Power sessions, where we heard the lived experience from our minority ethnic colleagues, our LGBTI colleagues, those with spiritual beliefs, etc. And that's what informed our action plans. So we have actually did specific work to address that. So hopefully that gives Katrina some assurance. I think the paper, because this is the biannual update, it's got an awful lot of detail in it, Chair. So rather than go into or pull out anything further from the paper, I'm really content to open up to any questions members have got, and I can focus on them.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from members? No.
Fiona, maybe, Chair, sorry.
Sorry.
If that's okay, it's probably not, well, the question is, when will we see the what by when? So there's a lot of activity, and as I've said earlier in the meeting, I think some of it is world leading in terms of the way the organisation is recruiting. But it's how do we know the steps that we're taking will have the intended consequences, and how will we measure that? So it's that whole outcome-based approach with trajectories and measurements.
And I think that's a valid, absolutely valid point. One of the reasons that the focus is on looking at what else we can produce by way of insights is for that very reason. We would anticipate that if all of the work we are doing is working, we will see increases in terms of our diversity from a recruitment and a workforce perspective. Now, we can say, because you've seen the recruitment figures, that we are seeing that, but it's not just about changing the recruitment dynamic, it's about then retaining. And we've already spoke about some of the work we've been doing to understand female retention. There's further trends that we are aware of in England and Wales that we'll keep an eye on our data for, to ensure that, again, we're ahead of them, like millennials, you know, having shorter careers, all these other things. So in some respects, the whole reason for that outcome is to address what you're just saying, which is, you know, how can we actually use that to convince ourselves that we are improving? I think the early data would seem to suggest, when we do look at it, that we are improving our diversity, but I think everybody on the call will understand there's a long way to go to be representative of our communities and various societal as well as workforce challenges to achieve that. So I think that's going to be a kind of forward journey, where as we develop our data, we're going to bring more of that forward. And as has already been pointed out, we have been doing much more by the way of deep dives to try and assist us in terms of understandings and intervening time. So hopefully that gives you some assurances, Fiona, that that's absolutely front and centre to what we're trying to achieve.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to come in on this one? If not, we're moving on to item 4 on the agenda, which is the health and safety report for Q3 of 2022. And oh, sorry, Susie, you've got your hand up. Sorry, I missed that entirely.
Yeah, it was really just to give some information as well around ASPs. It's part of our new strategy. We have diversity and inclusion as one of our priorities and areas of focus. And we're working with SEMPR to bring in a new programme over the horizon, where because we realise that the superintending ranks are not representative of our communities, and so what we're looking to do is work with SEMPR to provide a sort of buddy system between superintendents and people from BA, ME communities working in Police Scotland to allow them to sort of see what is involved in being at the superintending ranks, get some familiarisation with it, some encouragement around it. So it's not quite launched yet. We're looking at it in the next couple of weeks, but we have about a dozen members who are signed up from ASPs who will be working with SEMPR on this going forward. So a new programme that hopefully will encourage people from BAME who are working within Police Scotland to see themselves in those senior roles and demystify some of the senior ranks. So thanks.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Fiona, you've got your hand up too.
Yeah, sorry, Susie, if you can't see it, you can't be it. So that's, I think, incredibly powerful and really encouraging. This is a kind of longer term question, I think. So I make the bold assumption that the workforce of Police Scotland, including the senior ranks, should reflect society in terms of LGBTQI, Black minority ethnic, gender, disabilities, perhaps slightly different in terms of where we can, then that ought to happen, but there are certain restrictions just because of the job in terms of people's ability to do it. So my question is, do we have a view, or do you have a view, as to looking at the international evidence, is 50% gender balance achievable? So what is the best? So I would find it helpful at some stage in the coming months to have that discussion document presented to the People Committee. So if I wear my nursing hat, 34% in Saudi Arabia of the nursing workforce is men. And that is the best internationally. I'm not saying that within the health system we shouldn't try and have 50% of nurses as men, but there's something about what's the context within which we're working. And in slower order, Chair, I wonder if it would be helpful to have that discussion document so that at least when we're thinking about trajectories and what we're aiming for, then we would have a view that we could at least either challenge or agree with or discuss. But that's a slower order discussion.
Yes, thank you very much, Fiona. I've also got Katrina and then David, and then I'll bring you in again, Jude or Nikki.
Can I add to that? Thank you. And can I add to Fiona's inquiry, not just whether it's possible, but whether it's desirable? You know, what is the optimum outcome in terms of diversity in this specific work that is delivered by Police Scotland? And I also just wanted to clarify something about disability. There are certain kinds of disability may certainly impact on certain duties that police officers might be called to do. There are some disabilities where the characteristics of which are actually very, very well suited to the delivery of the policing. And so I just thought it was worth mentioning that disability doesn't always just mean a deficit. Disability can just mean a difference. So you can talk about the challenges, but you can also talk about the assets. So I just wanted to add that as a wee bit of clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katrina. David?
Thank you. First of all, I absolutely agree with Katrina. And to be honest, I think the disabilities is perhaps the forgotten characteristic at the moment, because there's a lot of high profile on race and sex. Actually, disabilities where we get the most problems that we have as an organisation in dealing with, and there's a danger it slips down the path, and we'll continue to advocate for that. I think that what Fiona asked there was a really interesting question, and it's something which I know, Chair, you and I talked about when my colleague Callum Steele was talking about how we recruit women into the service and then treat them as men. And I think that's a really it's a good phrase, because essentially it captures the fact that there's not enough perhaps understanding as to the challenges which women have in life in general, whether that's by more abstractions due to ill health, and we know there's a massive number more women impacted by illness and absences that needs to be addressed. So actually, to achieve 50-50 on the street, you actually probably need to be recruiting sort of 60-40 to keep that same kind of representation. So it's a really interesting question that's posed there, and there is we need to have some honest conversations as to what can actually be delivered within that, because and it's not just cultural. Some of the things are sometimes jobs are just not suitable for people because there's no way around getting around them, and it's a brave conversation needs to be had, but it's an important one. So I think that's something I'd really from our organisation's perspective, we'd really welcome that to make sure it's achievable.
There's lots of people nodding along with you, David. I think this is clearly a topic we're going to return to, and I think a conversation such as has been suggested would be really helpful. Susie, and then Nikki wants to come back in.
Yeah, obviously, I declare my interest. So I was chair of the Scottish Women's Development Forum for 5 years. I'm going to have a view, but then I have an opinion on everything, as we know. So one thing that really stuck out when I was reading the papers, I think it was in the HMICS report, there was a line in it that said, you know, society has changed and now there are so many more women in the workplace, so ergo there were this number in Police Scotland, and I thought that really did a disservice to all the work that so many people have put into Police Scotland, into recruiting and retaining. It's not by accident that we've got to 32%, it's by sheer dint of effort. And if you look at the army and other areas, and you look at the boardroom, never mind anywhere else, you can see the same effort has not been made, and it's not a case of just people just think the arc of history just bends towards justice. Well, it doesn't. It actually takes effort to move it that way. And I really felt that throwaway line, I think it was in HMICS, it got my goat, I have to say, because I thought, you know, it does a disservice. I struggle with this because actually I think, why not 50%? Why not 50%? You know, and previously I probably would have been in the same position as yourselves, but actually if you want to be representative of society, and I think the more women that have come into the service and the more difference, whether it be neurodiversity, whether it be disability, whether it be LGBT, we're actually making better decisions as a result, because we're getting more of that input that's so vital in terms of understanding the impact our actions will have on different segments of the community and their concerns, and growing confidence. And public trust and confidence is what we've got to be about. So I don't put I'm not going to put an artificial number on it. I'm sure if we'd asked people 30 years ago what was the opposite, who were like me keen to see more diversity, they'd probably say, well, we can't have more than 10%. Well, we've got to 30%, and actually the world hasn't fallen apart. So it maybe won't fall apart if we get to 50%, and maybe 51%. I think is probably more accurately where we should be at, but that's a personal viewpoint. I know others we're all on a journey on this, and I'm sure if I went back and interviewed myself as a probationer, I would find that my views have moved on from my experience over the last 30 years as well in the police. But you know, why not? Let's dare to dream. Thanks.
Thank you, Susie. There's a challenge for us, and I agree with you. I think it's not going to happen overnight, and it's going to take a huge amount of effort to shift it to that extent, but we have to at least try. Nikki, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I suppose just a couple of observations. Firstly, we've almost got the opposite pattern from officers and staff. So yeah. Actually, we have more female staff than male staff. So we have occupational segregation challenges across, which are reflected in the NHS and loads of industries. And there's a balance to be had because types of work attract people based on the barriers in their life, and those barriers are often societal. So your ability to care for children, your ability to get part-time work, all these other things. So I think that while there's merit in understanding the barriers and looking to break them down, we've always got to be aware of where targets have been put into policing or indeed certain services that can drive negative behaviours. And I think we know of obvious targets around religion and stuff like that, Northern Ireland and that. So I think if we were going to take a target-driven approach, which I think we would have to be very cautious about taking an approach like that. I think we would have to do a lot of learning from others, because sometimes taking a targeted approach gives the perception, and certainly when we did Truth to Power, we got a clear indication from our BME workforce that where there is targets perceived, they get a bad reputation. People believe they're a box tick, and they were very kind of, please don't put targets in place, please make sure everybody understands that we are, you know, this is about diversity of workforce and not about just getting in because of a minority, ethnic or any other characteristic. So I think where we should always be striving to make improvement and never going back, we just have to be cautious about the narrative around all of that to ensure that we don't put groups off by accident. So I agree with everything that's been said. I think it's how we tackle it, report it, and narrate it to both our own workforce but the public as well that we have to be very cautious around.
Yes, thank you very much, Nikki. That's helpful too. Katrina, did you want to come back in?
I just wanted to make a comment, Nikki, which is, as a very old person who was involved in the tail end of second wave feminism and who started a women's group at my college and etc. It's an age-old story. As soon as you try to improve the lot of a particularly marginalised group, everyone starts piling in, or you're being sexist, or you're being discriminatory, or whatever. So I absolutely understand what you're saying about messaging. It's so important. Otherwise, the pushback just becomes intolerable. So
Thank
yeah.
There are no further people looking to speak. I'm afraid that in my haste to get to health and safety, I almost cut short a very good conversation, for which I apologise, but thank you for persevering. And so we are now turning to health and safety, and item 4.1 is the Q3 report, and I'm handing over to James.
Thank you very much, Chair. Happy to take the paper as read. Just like to highlight a few points and to introduce what is a new report format, which I hope members will like. It is a Q3 report. Q4 data goes on to the Health and Safety Board later this month, so we'll be with you shortly. Starting with the dashboard, I think the most important point for members is the section on enforcement, which shows that as an organisation we are in a good place. Touching on RIDDOR stats, the dashboard shows 122 RIDDORs excluding COVID, which is up 16% compared with the previous year. We need to remember that we were in a very different place last year with the pandemic, and officers were experiencing different challenges during lockdown and attending a lot less incidents. So overall figures are down from a high of 182 in 2019-20, so that's quite positive. 182 at our peak is still incredibly low considering the number of employees we have and the nature of the work. It is really, really low. Page 3 and 4 are designed to provide assurance for you as members, and it highlights the significant governance in place within health and safety, and it details our internal reporting structure. We've also detailed our 4 lines of defence model. And page 5 details our preventative activities and highlights the very positive work around custody and productions audits. All the work in custody is carried out to the Home Office standards, and the real positive here are the number of actions identified. We need to remember this is the first time that a formal health and safety audit like this has been carried out, and it uses a process that we have designed within the organisation. I believe this to be a fairly unique piece of work across the UK. This means that identified actions are passed to estates colleagues, and Phil Collard is with me today to answer any questions that members may have. In a similar way, I've highlighted the proactive and positive work in terms of fire safety, and this is a similar position with actions being recommended for Phil's team to look at and discuss timelines. I'd just like to draw out the very significant improvement in automatic fire detection within custody suites, where previously there was no detection within many individual cells. We now have detection within all areas of the custody suites, including individual cells, as per the Home Office guidance. This piece of work alone should help to provide comfort to members in terms of safety standards and compliance. In terms of accident stats, could I just highlight the 2 proactive pieces of work underway to examine the numbers of manual handling injuries and also the number of slips, trips and falls, which often occur during foot pursuits, and I hope to be able to report some findings to you soon. Members will note the continued increase in assault reporting as we continue to remove under-reporting and close the gap between the scope data and the crime figures. Graph on page 8 clearly shows the increase in reporting tracked since the inception of Your Safety Matters. Members should also note that incidents during arrest and custody have a slight downward trend since 2017, and I believe this is due in part to the significant proactive work involved with health and safety within the custody environment and the work of the Your Safety Matters team. Finally, it would be wrong of me not to mention the internal audit report, although this was discussed at Audit and Risk. 10 recommendations were made, and although my team have taken on coordination of these actions, many do not sit directly with my team. The recommendations are in train, they're in an advanced stage, and we will provide an update on progress to Audit and Risk. I think it's important to highlight that internal audit did not find any breaches of legislation or guidance during their work, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you very much, James. I think I know I'm speaking for the whole committee when I say we do appreciate the work that's gone into producing this new form of report. It's very helpful. It's more readable, and it allows us to get assurance much easier than previously. So thank you very much for that. And now I'll open it up to questions. Alistair, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to James. I strongly welcome the presentation of this report. It highlights the excellent work that is going on within Police Scotland, and it enables us to see this. And of course, there is never room for complacency in terms of health and safety, and it actually enables us to recognise where the high risk areas are and how these are being prioritised within the organisation. And also the governance structures around it. As you know, I'm coming along to your next National Health and Safety Board, so I'm really looking forward to getting an even deeper insight into the approach that's being taken in relation to health and safety. My final sort of congratulatory comment would be, of course, in relation to the work you've done around fire safety. Prevention and early detection are the two things that have driven fire deaths in Scotland down from over 300 a year 40 years ago to around about 40 a year now. So that approach and how you've prioritised it, really want to congratulate you on that. Just a couple of quick questions is around. You mentioned there that we now see a 48% increase in the number of reported assaults, and trying to close that gap between the scope and data and the reporting. If you could just explain how you're doing that in a little bit more detail, because at some point we want to get that what is the level and then how we're going to drive it down further. And also in relation to the manual handling, 66% increase there. And one of the challenges is the struggle, it says, around detained persons. So what measures are being put in place to try and improve that situation? So thank you.
Thanks, Alistair.
Thanks very much. Yep. So as you know, there's been a lot of work undertaken by the Your Safety Matters team to try and bring up the reporting level in terms of scope. And one of the ways that we're doing that is that officers won't be able to, or can't at the moment, report a crime or report an assault as a crime without having the accompanying scope report. So we're trying to bring the two of them up. That said, as we see that gap close, at the moment there are early indications that the number of assaults are actually starting to fall. And I think that's really due to the amount of proactive work that the Your Safety Matters team have been undertaking. In terms of manual handling, we've started a review of this, and you're right to say that there's some complex areas, certainly in terms of people handling within the custody environment and within transport, etc. But one of the things that we've actually stumbled on is actually some issues around incorrect reporting. So it may be that when we come to the next meeting, the numbers may have been slightly readjusted and they may not be quite as high as they are. So we're actually going to be putting out fresh guidance around the reporting of this type of incident so that we get a more reflective figure.
Thank you, James. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
No.
Thank you, James.
Does anybody else have anything else? Any member or staff association rep? No. So thanks again, James, and we look forward to seeing the next report once the cycles between the Health and Safety Board within Police Scotland and this committee have been amended. That'd be really helpful. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next item under item 4 is a lessons learned report on the George Square incidents from May of last year, and that's Superintendent Ross Allen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Superintendent Ross Allen, as you say. I'm the Operations Superintendent within Greater Glasgow Division, and thank you for the wider opportunity to inform you and the committee on the health and safety lessons that have been learned as a consequence of Operation Stumpacre, which was Police Scotland's operational response to Rangers Football Club, being presented with the SPFL trophy on the 15th of May last year. I'll take the paper as read, Chair. However, briefly, by means of background, Rangers Football Club supporter celebrations during the latter part of that day within George Square in Glasgow turned sour, and crowds became aggressive and violent, with a number of assaults taking place within the crowd itself, who had assembled to celebrate. In summary, missiles were aimed at police officers, and consequently public order trained officers undertook an operation to disperse the remaining crowd from George Square, and during this operation our officers became the target of large-scale disorder and violence, with a number of officers injured. While clearing the area, numerous items such as bottles, traffic cones, bikes, cans, bollards and flares were thrown towards and over our police lines. The use of pyrotechnics was a real problem, with many going off in close proximity to officers, resulting in, at the very least, temporary disorientation, and in some cases tinnitus lasting the rest of the shift. TRIM, which is, as you know, is a trauma risk management process, was offered to officers in the aftermath of the incident. So as a result of these events and circumstances, a formal structured debriefing process was undertaken, led by Andrew Jones from the Scottish Multi-Agency Resilience Training and Exercise, an exercise unit known as SMART2, whose assistance I would wish to formally recognise. The purpose of our debrief was to identify good practice and areas for partnership and organisational improvement, whilst supporting the Chief Constable's commitment to reducing the impact of violence and to improve the safety of our officers and staff as part of the Your Safety Matters assault pledge. From an organisational position, it was also really important for us to demonstrate transparency, openness and a willingness to learn. And we coordinated 4 bespoke structured debriefs, and those were a command team debrief, public order policing debrief, a conventional policing debrief, and a support function debrief, which included key partners from the local authority, Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, Ambulance Service, BTP and our own health and safety team. I should add the Police Federation attended all 4 debriefs. And they focused primarily on intelligence and briefing, public order capacity and capability, partnerships, officer welfare, communications and equipment. What went well, what didn't go so well, and what might be changed for the future were asked of the participants in relation to each of these themes. And from the debriefs, and due to the valued input from everybody, SMART2 identified a number of recommendations, practice issues and observations relating to the operation itself, which included important health and safety matters. And this was, of course, very much welcomed by the debrief sponsor, Chief Superintendent Mark Sutherland. Learning, as we know, is the process that leads to change, and via due process, we are now in a position to implement and action the learning captured from these 4 debriefs. Mr Sutherland has reviewed the final debrief paper, and he has tasked a learning memo to be created, which will draw out some of the key learning from debrief, and this learning shall be shared with all event commanders and planners locally and nationally to reinforce already existing policies, practices and training. We've also scheduled a learning meeting for the 9th of June, whereby formal actions to improve our response to other or similar operations shall be distributed to some of the key internal portfolios such as OSD for progression. So health and safety learning is really at the heart of our actions. And as I mentioned, the debrief document provides us with recommendations, practices and observations. And I think by means of example, and just to add some context to the findings, I'll briefly, if it's okay, to outline one example from each, just in terms of how we shall proceed. In terms of practices, it was highlighted during the debrief process that all officers should be provided vehicles appropriate to their deployment, but it should be recognised that the effectiveness of public order medics is directly affected if not provided with properly equipped vehicles. From our position, this was entirely agreed, and this shall be raised as an agenda item at the learning meeting, and with OSD planning given this action to implement going forward on a national basis. In terms of recommendations, it was highlighted at debrief that OSD specialist services should consider routinely equipping public order carriers with water to sustain not only public order officers, but wider conventional resources during deployments, which might reasonably be expected to become prolonged. And we are satisfied that the welfare and provision of water is a key element of planning. However, the recommendations shall be met by means of inclusion in the learning memo to reinforce the importance of this consideration. Finally, observations. It was raised that it may be worthy of considering whether public order carriers can be fitted with an airwave battery charger. This was agreed, and again it will be raised as an agenda item at the learning meeting, with the public order unit tasked to progress this action and work with Fleet to deliver it going forward. So these are just one example from each of the 3 areas relating to health and safety, and I wish to provide the required reassurance that all appropriate learning will be either encompassed in the learning memo or tasked to the appropriate portfolio at the meeting next week. And many thanks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ross, and thank you in particular for that assurance that you gave us at the end there, and for the additional information about the examples of changes that have already been made or recommendations that are being picked up. I think when we first asked for this report, we were very conscious that COP26 was on the horizon, and we wanted to be sure that any lessons we could capture from what happened in George Square were picked up in time for that. Now, I think from the examples you've given, I think it's clear that some of those were already picked up, and anything else is still going to be picked up at the meeting next week. So thank you very much for that. Can I open it up to committee members? Fiona.
Thanks, Ross. I share Mary's thanks, and I think it's interesting and seeing maybe some recurring themes about welfare, so food, water, that I think has come through some of the learning from COP26. Can I ask about the TRIM? So we know that psychological trauma, the post PTSD, can come with not just a huge impact, but with, and I'm not suggesting that George Square was small, but with a number of people who are regularly exposed to lower level. So it doesn't have to be a huge, big traumatic event. Were there any lessons learned with regards to people who took up TRIM or any other psychological support post George Square incident?
It was interesting, and it was for us in the division and in the force. It was a pretty unprecedented event. Some of the scenes were absolutely traumatic, and what we found was there was a number of officers who were experiencing their first public order deployment. And I'd like to think in their service they won't experience it again. So TRIM, as you know, is an integral part of our debrief process. That we actually found a number of officers wanted to stay on to see this through. They wanted to see the event through. They didn't want to finish duty, they wanted to stay on. So the TRIM was offered. From memory, I think James can maybe correct me, I think only one officer uptook the offer of TRIM, and it was just due to, I think, to the experience that they had moved from training into the real environment, and what we found was pretty unprecedented, to be honest with you. So I thought it hasn't put them off. I believe that they're still a public order officer, and they'll use that experience going back. But no, there was nothing particular I can maybe raise at this meeting in relation to it. It was just to reassure you again that the process of TRIM was absolutely the forefront of everybody's thoughts in terms of supervision and welfare and well-being. It was offered, one I think took it up, and it was just a kind of review of the incident, the experience, and the reassurance around the old line. This is not likely to, it's unusual, and it's pretty unique, and hopefully won't happen again. But it's a really important process and right in the forefront of our welfare and well-being agenda.
And I suspect not just for yourself in this, but actually the wider People Committee is making sure there is an adequacy of uptake. So we've heard earlier already, Ross, at the meeting about how much has been put in for mental health and welfare, and I think that's just for us to keep monitoring to make sure that people are taking it up. And of course, we also know from a trauma perspective that actually staying on and being with your colleagues is part of that debrief as well that happens informally, which is really important for people's ongoing welfare. Thanks, Ross.
Yeah, I'll just add this, that you're absolutely right to mention that, and I mentioned earlier they wanted to see it through, and so the debrief there, the conversation they had once it was all over was very, very valuable as well, and that still continues. But thanks for your question and your response, Fiona. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Alistair?
Yeah, again, I would Thank you, Ross. I welcome that, and I welcome Police Scotland's approach, the debriefing, the learning, the implementation of the findings. I suppose the key question for me is having done this, how well placed do we feel that Police Scotland are to avoid this happening again? And if I can maybe just broaden that question slightly, a number of very big football matches in Glasgow, and the sort of last quarter as the football season came to its climax, and the Chief Constable commented on the successful policing of that, and that's to be recognised. But if we cast our eyes further, there's been quite significant difficulties south of the border with pitch invasions, and I'm almost hesitant to mention, the scenes that were witnessed on the television around the Champions League final in Paris. So how do you tie this all together, and reflect on it, to make sure that Police Scotland continue to successfully police, large-scale events such as these football matches, and some of the things like the scenes that you've just described to us in George Square, the fallout from these matches. So, how well placed are we to avoid it happening here or again?
Well, Alistair, I can say I'm an event policing lead at Celtic Park, undertake duties as match commander there. We have very, very well established planning processes for large games. We have one tonight in Glasgow with Ukraine. We've seen other games over the last many years policed to the highest possible standard. And that comes down to the gathering of intelligence, so we act on intelligence in terms of threat and risk, and we'll respond accordingly. We're very good, close working relationship with, I can speak of Glasgow only, Glasgow Celtic, Glasgow Rangers, and obviously the SFA. And it's all down to intelligence. Alistair now responds to that. We have a real slick process in terms of planning, early awareness and response to these. But I think going back to George Square, it was a pretty unique set of circumstances, Alistair. We had Glasgow Rangers winning their first trophy, I think, in 10, 11 years, stopping what would have been a historical 10 in a row with their rivals across the city. And we also were in lockdown. We were still in lockdown restrictions, and I think when a large number of people like that got together in pretty unique circumstances, it just overflowed. I don't think you can take out the fact that we were in lockdown restrictions and we had been in there for a year or so. So I think the circumstances came together in a kind of perfect storm that day. But I'm absolutely assured from the Chief Constable down that we are in a really strong place for any large-scale events. We've got a history of doing it, the Commonwealth Games. We hosted Euros matches last year in Glasgow, and Old Firm games, etc. So we're really in a strong place. And the learning from this in terms of health and safety can only put us in a even better place going forward. I think we're absolute market leaders when it comes to the delivery of high-scale events.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that, Ross. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Now, can I invite the staff associations or the trade unions to come in if they wish to? David?
Thanks, Chair. I think it's really reassuring to know that we've got a good organisational learning functioning in Police Scotland already. So that's really welcome to hear. Just a couple of things to say. We Scottish Police Federation is also doing an accident investigation into one particular injury, which was a pretty horrendous facial injury that an officer received, and we'll be working with the force on that to see if there's anything we can. I suspect it will dovetail nicely into the kind of work that's been going on here. And the second thing, and it's really more perhaps a question because I've not been directly involved with it, is maybe for Ross, I'm just not clear whether the SMART 2 work also included partners, for example, the Council for Street Furniture, and which certainly seemed to be an issue, or is this purely internally focused at Police Scotland's changes?
Thanks, David. The final debrief session that we carried out involved key partners from the local authority in relation to what you mentioned in terms of the street furniture, also ambulance service, fire and rescue service, BTP, etc. So they were really invaluable. In fact, the input from the ambulance service was really welcome in terms of their role. We managed to establish a casualty clearing area in George Square during the event, which we resourced by conventional officers, allowing the ambulance service to actually kind of operate in a safe, sterile environment. So their input was really, really valuable. They were very complimentary about our public order medics. The medics' role is to assist public order officers, but due to the circumstances, they also assisted the ambulance service, and BTP were involved. Local authority clearly involved in terms of street furniture and lessons learned there. David, Fire and Rescue Service in terms of welfare. Everybody was involved in the final debrief, which I think was probably the most best attended one in terms of numbers, manageable numbers, and their input was actually really integral to the learning going forward for everybody, not just Police Scotland.
Thank you. Susie?
Yeah, I just want to add my voice as well. Commend Ross and his team there. As a public order silver commander myself, you know, it's good to get that shared learning and actually not without being complacent. I think it's got something Scotland does really, really well. We do take into account people's human rights. When during COP26, I met with the Office for Democratic Institution and Human Rights, having previously attended their course on Public Order Command and Human Rights, and it'll be interesting to get their feedback, which we should get, I think, is around about September time. They'll be coming back with a report on COP26, but certainly nothing was fed back into myself that during the event that would give me any cause for fear and alarm, and say not to be complacent about it, but when we see how public order is sometimes managed in other parts of the world, I think we do a pretty good job and usually in quite challenging circumstances. So it was again just to commend the officers and the commanders who were involved in that particular event, which thankfully, as Ross says, was a combination of circumstances that is pretty rare, thankfully, as I say, in Scotland. That's from me. Thank you.
James, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I sat on the Gold Group, and I think I've probably mentioned this previously, but the standard of review carried out by the Superintendent's Group was very high from a health and safety point of view, and the learning that was obtained and fed back into the organisation. And it's something that's happening a lot now, not the type of incident, but the review when something goes wrong. And if you think back maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, we weren't quite as good at that. The organisation's come a long way, and I just wanted to add that in.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's clear to us, and that's really something we can take assurance from. And I think the committee would also wish to send our thanks to the officers involved, but also our sympathy for those who were injured, which we've heard about from David, but also those who had a baptism of fire. Imagine coming from training straight into something like that. And when you think we had lots of people coming straight from training into public order at COP26 as well, so I'm sure the lessons were learned there too before that event. So thank you very much. If you could give those officers our thanks and our sympathy.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ross. We have one more item in public. We've actually just about run out of meeting time, but I'm hoping that you'll be content to carry on for a wee while beyond 1 o'clock, although I know Fiona's had to go just now, but everybody content to just carry on if we try to get through it? Okay, thank you very much. Item 5 is an oral update on agile working, and that's, I think, either Jude or Nikki. Nikki, on you go.
Thank you, Chair, and I will attempt to be brief, given the time constraints. Members may or may not be aware that guidance was approved and has been published in advance of the formal home working instruction that was a response, obviously, from Optala to the pandemic. That formally ceases on the 1st of June, and a guidance document has been put together and put out to staff and officers in regards to hybrid working going forward. The pandemic saw a number of developments that support a more agile workforce, including significant rollout of equipment by our colleagues in ICT. And now we have a considerable body of management experience of technology, allowing for continued dialogue and support while operating remotely. And obviously we're sitting here in our Teams meeting, which we wouldn't have been able to do pre-pandemic. Industrial research and our own research carried out by strategy and innovation colleagues outlined a number of both individual and organisational benefits as a result of agility. I don't think I have to go into all of them because I think they're well played out in the media and we've got similar trends. Equally, there are opportunities now that we are past the kind of home working for safety reasons to fill the gaps that have emerged around engagement. Again, they're well documented in literature, so I'm not going to go into them. The hybrid working guidance that we produced is a soft touch approach. The reason for that is our people have spent 2 years balancing this all out, and there has to be an empowered ability for managers to manage their teams with that personal experience and the constraints of their own teams. We really aren't trying to teach grandma to suck eggs when managers have been doing this for 2 years, as have many of our staff, not all, but a considerable proportion. So we've taken an approach to empower managers to use the experience, have dialogue with individuals in their team and agree the right work, the right approach that works for individuals and the organisation going forward, ensuring that we maximise the opportunities to benefit from some of the engagement that will now be able to take place. The intention is to learn from the new hybrid model as we go. Susan Beaton is obviously monitoring all calls into People Direct, and our business partner colleagues are also supporting the business so that we are able to respond to any queries or questions that come up as people transition. However, we have already put out, FAQs, etc., to support that. So we will build on that if we detect any issues arising. However, as it stands just now, Chair, and it is early doors because it formally kind of launched today, really, we would anticipate that as we have the experience of the mixed model, we will learn anything we need to from that and adjust accordingly. And then obviously we've always had a flexible working application policy. We are avoiding formalising all that just now so as we can do proper learning from the pandemic. And if there is a need for further policy, procedure or other tools at that stage, it would be our intention to build them. So that's where we're at. And I'm happy to obviously update on, any trends that we do find as we have the lived experience of the new model at a future committee. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Nikki. Yes. Does anyone have any questions or comments on that? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. In which case, I think we're moving into... Oh, sorry, Alistair. I need to get new glasses, I think.
No, it's the slow fingers trying to find the buttons to unmute and put my camera back on. So apologies, Chair. No, really welcome the verbal update there from Nikki. And just a very quick comment, I know we're tight for time, is I think if we've learned anything during the pandemic is many of the things that we thought were not possible are possible in terms of maintaining excellence in public service. So that agility and that flexibility now, and as you said, not teaching granny to suck eggs, listening to what does work and empowering managers is going to be really important. So appreciated your update there, Nikki.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Nikki, and thanks to Alistair for that. I think we're now ready to move into private session. So if I could just ask